Oh my god! Hello! Ladies and gentlemen, we're back! I'm here! I couldn't make it for the first day. That kind of sucked, but it doesn't matter. We're here now!
That's right. Achilles and Wolf is back. We're together casting Overwatch, officially an Overwatch tournament, not just a show match. We did a few of those, but we're actually here doing a league together. It's Overwatch Champions Series Japan.
Yep, diving into Japan. Haven't gotten to cast Japanese Overwatch in a very, very long time. In fact, not since World Cup forever ago for me. So it's going to be good to get in here and see how these Japanese players are going to be stepping up and who's going to be looking like the bright spots to challenge at some of the internationals that'll be happening throughout the year. So I'm excited to dive into this one. Got to watch from home yesterday. Sat in my PC chair going, I wish I was there, but I also needed a day of rest. So.
Yeah, he's back now. You know, he had a big finals the day before, needed a little day of rest, but he's back now with me. And now we get to see how much Achilles loves Hofak and if he can, you know, be ready to know the legend of the new best Overwatch player in the world. He may actually be already my running OWCS worldwide MVP candidate at this point. And because we haven't had any other Overwatch besides...
None of the other leagues have launched yet or begun.
But exactly, so that's why so far he's my leading candidate for MVP.
Well, there you have it. I can't wait to get the opportunity to cast him, so we'll see if he's going to live up all this hype that you're building up here, because I didn't get to... I don't think I actually got a glance at him yesterday, so maybe I'll be reminded with some of the plays that come out here. But yeah, we got a new tournament, new schedule, RIP to the league and all that stuff. But honestly, I've been so excited for this news and for this tournament cycle to begin since I found out about it, and it's just amazing that it's finally here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely new format, it's a completely new tournament, and, you know, we get to do a lot of stuff that we weren't able to do here in Korea during Overwatch League because a lot of the talent has returned from Overwatch League to Korea. Then we have some of the best Japanese talent, of course, the best Pacific talent as well.
For sure. Well, we'll get ready to go ahead and take a look at the schedule here, just in case you guys are unaware, because there's a lot going on this graphic, but it's okay. We'll break it down, make it nice and easy for you.
Yeah, so obviously, if you were here yesterday, you've seen this before. It's obviously on the official OWCS website as well. You can check out the official Overwatch Esports Twitter, etc. If you want to reference this again. But we have 3 major regions, North America, EMEA, and Asia. But then within Asia, we actually have 3 regions as well, Korea, Japan, and Pacific. The Opens feed into the Overwatch Champions Series, so that is where you're going to see the gameplay here. We have, of course, had those qualifiers coming through. Then we have a wild card event. We're going to see which teams are going to qualify of these 3 for the Overwatch Champions Series Asia.
All right, well, taking a look at what we have seen so far. Not much. We've only had one day of play, of course, coming through here, but a lot of dominance in the matches yesterday.
Yeah, we did see a lot of dominant 3-0s. In fact, they were all 3-0s, although the first games, the first control maps weren't always as dominant. This is, of course, the Open, the qualifiers, so you can see these teams that qualified. SixBlow, Varrel, Pandia, Arise, Namekuji Brothers. Namekuji Brothers getting a little bit wrecked yesterday. We'll see if they can bounce back in a big way today. That is, of course, the hope. And then these are the last chance qualifiers where we did get Revati coming through here, Insomnia, Hayabusa, and Nyam Gaming.
Well, just to go back over it and make it a little bit easier, cut down how many teams you are looking at. These are the ones that are going to be playing here in the tournament. Got to see pretty much all of them except one team yesterday.
We haven't seen SixBlow yet. We haven't seen Insomnia and Arise.
Of course, it's 3 3 matches, 6 teams.
Achilles is already, he's getting there, you know, he's a little behind. He didn't show up yesterday, and now
it's like Grandpa's getting back on his feet. He's on the walker, but then he's going to start running again. That's basically where we're at the moment. But I mean, one of the other things that I'm really excited about coming into this format is that we have a very nice open map pool. Gone are the days of locked-in maps. Thank you, God.
Yes.
Because this was one of the things that we always had in Korea. It was just, you know what? You do have to study. You do have to practice on multiple maps teams if you want to be the best.
So it's not like the old days completely in that every single map is open. We do have a limited pool here, but it is obviously much more open than recent Overwatch tournaments have been. So for Control, we have Nepal, Lijiang, Samoa, Ilios, Midtown, Blizzard World, Kings Row, Hollywood for Hybrid. Push, just the 3. New Queen Street, Esperanza, Colosseo. And it gets a little bit smaller in Flashpoint with only New Junk City and Surabasa. We haven't seen any Flashpoint just yet because none of the games have gone to 4. And then Escort, of course, has your Classics and then Shambali and Circuit Royal.
I forget, you've cast Flashpoint? Didn't we do that during some of the show matches?
I haven't cast any Flashpoint yet.
Okay.
Actually, I was hoping to do it for the first time yesterday. Failed.
Well, perhaps we'll be able to get that out of the way, and you can finally have your first Flashpoint experience here today, because we'll take a look at our teams and see who is going to be able to stop the 3-0 curse that has plagued the opening day.
Yeah, so we have Pandia versus Revati to start things off as our first match. Both of these teams actually taking 3-0 victories yesterday, so that's, in my opinion, the best match we're going to have today in terms of how close it could be. Then Varrel will take on Hayabusa Gaming. Varrel looking very, very good yesterday. Probably the favorites for our tournament. And then SixBlow, arguably the second best team in this tournament, is going to be playing their first match against the Namekuji brothers, who had a bit of a rough start yesterday. We'll see if they can bounce back. Tough strength of schedule, back-to-back, really strong teams.
Unfortunate draw, but taking a look now, we'll zoom in here on the Pandia roster. For the damage players, the DPS players, we have Zestin, Sangyo, Tanks, Dox, and Chung, and then Nevis, as well as Mimosa here for support.
Zestin ended up picking up player of the match yesterday. Very good performances across a wide variety of heroes. His Sojourn was really good, but also he played Genji and got Dox to play his Arya for him, and it was a very fun game where we did see. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he's going to do that again, because it was just in general quite unique what we saw.
Yeah, there was some interesting stuff, and obviously, you know, there's been a lot of tier lists out there talking about, like, okay, we think that this is the best thing. It will take a little bit to see if it is going to be correct, if Gushui does have the correct and ultimate read on the meta and who's doing what the best. But that was definitely some interesting shenaniganry that we had happening yesterday. But on the opposite side here,
yeah, Hofak, aka Honey Factory. That was his old ID. He's been playing since 2021.
That's a
He's
great
a Korean
ID.
player. Yeah. He's shortened it to Hofak instead of just sticking with Honey Factory. And, you know, in Korea we say Gurjem, which means like honey fun, which means it's really fun, it's really enjoyable. Well, he was making enjoyable plays the entire time. Absolutely my front runner rather, for MVPs so far. Rest of the team pretty good. Kotaro, the starting tank here, over his Korean counterpart, who did play Winston only yesterday.
I think that Hofak changing his name is just trying to mess with the commentators, and he's trying to have some kind of slip up. That's my read. What do I mean by that? I don't know. Use your imaginations. But I think that there's probably it's going to happen to somebody at some point. Especially if they go internationally. You know that Jaws is going to screw that up.
It's going to happen. All right, we do have our map vetoes here for control. Nepal taken away by Pandia. Revati taking away Lijiang Tower. So we're going to Samoya, which we only did see one time yesterday. Looking forward to seeing how this one's going to shake out. Again, I don't have high expectations as to one team is favored going into this one because they both had such a dominant showing yesterday.
I mean, this is you have me beat here. You have actually gotten to commentate on Samoa. I have not yet, so this is going to be my first time jumping into this control map, so I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be able to bring out and who's going to take that early lead, because again, from here, you lose, you get to go for another little map draft, but ultimately landing on your map pick for what you want to play as we move forward in the series.
Yeah, so it's coin toss for the first map, as we talked about yesterday, so this is going to be an advantage going to Pandia. Revati gets to pick side, but it's control, so they pick blue, and it's control. So doesn't matter too much, but it's going to be our first map of the best of 5. I hope you guys are looking forward to the first official Achilles Wolfcast. It's been in several years for a real Overwatch tournament.
That's true. I mean, the show matches were fun last year, but it didn't really fill that void. It didn't really have the same gravitas to it, I suppose. And also, well, it was what Fuel kind of got plowed by.
Well, it was cool to watch the show match of the older players, though.
It was. But let's stop babbling about that. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into game. Map 1 coming up. We're heading to Samoa. Beautiful.
Beautiful Samoa. A lot of violent action about to take place on what is otherwise a beautiful scenery.
The paradise is going to get broken up pretty quickly here. That is for damn sure. As we'll take a look as to what these teams are going to be piecing together.
A Tohila festival, hey. So that sign was advertising there. All right, so composition-wise, we have been trolled a little bit in the spawn room, so I don't want to assume that we're going to see Life Weaver again, because that didn't go so well. I think Hesty's just trolling us.
Did you just say Life Weaver?
Did I say what? No.
Did you say Life Weaver? Okay.
Life Weaver.
I'm so conditioned to hear people say the other
no,
now redacted version.
Life Weaver. Life Weaver.
Life Weaver. Okay. Anyway, the opening volley going to be coming through. Looks like Hofak is going to be sticking with that Cassidy.
Yeah, with Batiste as well, a lot of synergy there, and obviously can use the Immortality Field to stay alive and output a ton of damage. It's going to be really good into this Echo here from Zessen as well. See how much he can get done. This guy is so accurate, man. I'm telling you, he's the best player in Japan right now so far.
Had the lob in there on the mag grenade, get that extra little burst AoE damage, gets the headshot. Sanyo ends up getting taken down, and HP bars right now whittled away out here from Pandia. So this is going to be Revati just being able to go ahead and grab this first cap on the point.
Yeah, Dox will escape with his life, but losing the neutral fight here means that it is going to be Revati taking over the cap first, and Hofak under very little pressure, in fact, right now as well, and can even put that threat into Zessen. Got good line of sight, no one to really pressure him at the moment.
Yeah, right now with Zessen not really being able to push up against him, it does feel like it kind of does come down to Navis here to try to pressure out that Cassidy in the backline, which is not going to be a good feeling. But now he's a little bit more disconnected from the rest of the team, but the Immortality Field comes down to keep him alive. Kotaro, in the meantime, diving into the backline, does manage to find Nevis, which is going to be slowing up that Transcendence even more, and Hofak with melee kill takes down Sanyo, so that much more peel coming through. Only Hesty getting taken out here on the side of Revati, so sitting pretty in control at this point, and now up to 30% as Dox will fall.
Yeah, Dox built up a decent amount of ult charge, and he's going to need that minefield here with the duplicate to come through in order to win this fight. Very likely, the duplicate will be used on Kotaro to actually have 2 Wrecking Balls for that additional health, and the tankiness is going to allow him to have 2 health bars to really contest this point. If this, though, fails, it is looking really bad for Pandia here on this first round.
Pulse Bomb is up before the trance as well. See if Harutun is going to be able to find that backline access, try to pick off the Zenyatta. You can see he's under a little bit of pressure, but now the ult is going to be online. Knockdown off the high ground here onto Hofak. Again, the Immortality Field there to try to keep him protected. Sanyo clearing that out, but the damage is just not being seen right now from the side of Pandia. That's going to be the sound barrier as well as Transcendence, both getting stacked in on top of each other. Epic tries to stay alive, but he will die. The rally getting cut short. Hesty following suit shortly thereafter. Good opening picks. The support's now out of the fray here for Revati, so Pandia with an opportunity to get this flip.
Yeah, even though the support ults were stacked a little bit awkwardly there, it is going to be a win here. A little bit of a delay coming through from Kotaro here to try to get him up to 80+. Will be successful in that endeavor, but 2 support ultimates down. Didn't have to use the duplicate, so that's actually pretty huge. And the initial engage from Dox baited out the Immortality Field early, so they just had more sustain, way more overall with double support ultimates versus just a Batiste there on the other side and a canceled rally. So now the reapproach here for Revati actually quite challenging.
A lot more pressure on Hofak to really just try to keep Zessen, stop him from peeking out on these sidelines. But speaking of Zessen, he does get a kill before getting taken down. Immortality Field going to be able to absorb that pulse bomb, but the pile driver from Dox takes out Epic. 2 members gone, just that Echo out of the fight here for the side of Pandia, so it will be a decent hold for them.
Great support there from Hesty to keep Hofak alive, as Kotaro here is also going to be discorded. Looking for a flank to try to wrap around and sandwich here, but it's just so hard to approach the point with this Cassidy pick at the moment.
Being noted here on the back line, the dive in could join in from the side of the Wrecking Ball. They managed to find Nevis, so opening kill coming through. Now it's going to be the do-bat from Zessen. Goes for the Wrecking Ball himself to try to maybe build up that minefield, but Hofak just hounding down Moza. Able to find that elimination, clearing out some of these mines, and now just looking to try to finish off Dox. They do so. Point flip very well could come through here quite shortly for the side of Revati.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how Hesty used his window there, but might have actually just used it for himself to add some additional damage. As Sanyo comes in here to try to contest, will actually just die for it, unfortunately, and will stagger his respawn, which is really quite critical considering there's only 10 seconds to go on this cap, and they have the defensive Deadeye they can use here to actually stop the approach. No support elements here for Pandia, so Sanyo really needs to be the hero. He and Dox need to somehow get into the backline and deal with this Cassidy.
Well, for now, it's just the OT force out there. Dox crashes through, but he is down below half HP, has to pop the shield, doesn't get that much from it, however, as Hofak is under a little bit of pressure. Discord Orb chucked in onto him from Nevis. Pulse Bomb now online for Sanyo, but needs to put it to good use immediately to try to keep themselves in this map. And OT's going to start bleeding down faster and faster, but he's going to get clipped. Hartun comes in from the flank, managing to take him down. Minefield now rolling in. They're off the point. It's 163% as Revati will be able to take the opening round.
So much going wrong for Pandia on that last push. The Transcendence not used early enough to actually keep the Tracer alive. Sanyo had to recall early, so unfortunately didn't have the ability to look for a play there. Was so low, couldn't actually look for a big pulse angle, and Hofak is just popping off. And to be totally honest, if it wasn't Hofak, I would have said swap off the Cassidy after you lose that first point, because approaching is just so difficult. But Hofak's the GOAT, so I just trust everything he does. And you know what? They got it done eventually in the end there with enough damage and enough protection, as Hesty was basically just his personal bodyguard the entire time. Looks like we're going to run these comps back again, unsurprisingly, on the second point.
Let's go for the TP forward, but it's not broken. Don't fix it here, it would seem. As, yep, Hayabusa just TPing everybody up. Swaps over to that Tracer. So Pandia with another opportunity to try to see if they can best this composition here from the side of Revati. As Docs rolling up over the top, not finding an opportunity. Everybody staying indoors there for a brief little moment, avoiding the pile driver. Would have found a good amount of value there.
See if Hofak can actually find a really good angle. Zessen in big trouble here.
Oh, and Hofak is just pushing forward, gets himself up through the doorway, finding that kill. As he taken low, you can see Doc's really desperately trying to find this one, but now the Immortality Field comes into Sanyo, also diving in alongside. Push off, Doc's managing to find that kill, and that opens things up considerably as Hofak will now fall down. First cap was there for the side of Revati, but Pandia going to get themselves onto this one very quickly, it would seem.
Great play from Docs there to actually get the knockoff, because otherwise that was looking like a really crushingly won fight by Revati, but still punishing that overextension there on the edge, and really good angle there on the Wrecking Ball. Now it's 70% of ult as well, and a quick flip. So rare in Control to see, but so valuable.
Very nicely done. I mean, Revati holding on the little juggle between Epic and Hayabusa, just tiptoeing back and forth across the line, keeps them in control for a little bit longer, but now the lead is going to be lost. Docs down low off screen as Hayabusa just going to be backing up, keeping himself safe. Pile driver in from Kotaro, who's trying to set up for this pick here onto Nevis. Is unable to find it, however. So for now, nobody getting taken down on either side. Pulse bombs about to be coming online for both of these Tracers. Sanyo getting his a little bit first, but now it's going to be Nevis finding a pick onto Epic. He goes down, Immortality Field cleared out. The rest of the team, HP bar is dangerously low as Qatar is trying to make his way out. With a little bit of damage offered up there, and will dissuade Sanyo from pushing forward.
Yeah, I like Sanyo just deciding to recall there, not chasing any further, not trying to commit the Pulse Bomb in. Qatar was going to get away no matter what. Gets to keep the Pulse Bomb. They're approaching 50% here. And this Tracer matchup has been so pivotal, and we're seeing Sanyo actually put that pressure onto Epic again.
Yep, the isolation coming through, and they just managed to take him down. Very nicely done. Good focus fire. HP bars on the supports right now for Pandia quite low, but it looks like Mimosa will be able to find some stability, and Sanyo actually being able to get the diff there onto Hayabusa.
Yeah, really nice focus onto Epic multiple times in this game, and Rally is going to be their next approach tool here as well. Hofak actually also going to get staggered.
Taken out, Beam comes in, Zessen collecting the double kill.
Yeah,
and
this is...
I mean, Pandia, they're not even having to pop any of their ultimates.
Exactly, this is really efficient because Revati kind of trickled in there, lost a few extra members, didn't have the setup, and Epic still hasn't built his Rally just yet. He hasn't really been able to get any heals off because they've been so staggered. They need this 5-man push to be extremely successful here, but there's, as you say, 5 answering ultimates from Pandia, so maybe a pick from Hayabusa is what they're going to need to force out that Zenyatta ult early, but there's just not a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, this is about to be a full-blown 5v5 ult fight here as that sound barrier gets ready to come online, but there's the stick. Immortality Field's going to be slapped down. Hesty still low on HP, desperately needs some TLC, but Epic is not there to supply it. Rally now coming through. He will be able to pick off Sanyo. So Transcendence gets forced out on the opposite side, but Mimosa still holding on to that sound barrier. Now looking to drop the beat, gets the shielding out of the Zessen right before he would have been taken down. Duplicate still there if he needs a quick bailout. But right now he's just trying to pressure out Hofak, and with the help of Nevis, they will be able to do so. Now he goes to the dupe. Copies the Cassidy, trying to build up a Deadeye, but right now has to pull back, doesn't have line of sight, isn't really finding too much value. In all of the chaos, Revati have gotten the flip. They're in control for the time being, and with that pick coming through from Hayabusa, they might be able to maintain it now.
Yeah, looking like it. Zessen here will get out of that dupe. Hesty dropping the wall here. Not a ton of value out of this, but it is going to be enough to chase them away. And this is the really critical fight here for Revati. They need to win this one to get back ult economy lead here, as Kotaro, half healthy, are going to swing his way around. So scary when you're playing this Wrecking Ball. If you do end up just getting blown up, that's the end of it.
Well, Nevis getting taken out means that there's no Discord orb, so it feels a little bit safer to go for those kinds of plays. Mortality Field again. Just cleared out, forced on the side of Revati, but they're maintaining control and trying to run this one back. Now, just going to be that 36% separating the two teams. See whether or not this goes to a third and final round. Sanyo, another pulse bomb nearly online. We'll see if he can get the stick this time around. Once more, lobs it in. Not going to be able to find it. In the meantime, Hopeback gets a headshot kill. Tessin going to be taken out. Nevis under fire. Mimosa as well, half HP. They're trying to pressure out Hesty on the opposite side, but it's actually going to be Epic who falls first as Nevis gives him a firm kick. Hopeback does find some revenge, taking him down. But now with Sanyo falling, Hopeback picking up 2 here in the fights, looking for a little bit more. Magnate goes in. It's a matter of time. Mimosa will end up getting picked off. Pandia now need to reset, and they need to do it quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. They're going to have to rush the Sojourn into position as quickly as they can. Probably try to take a cross angle while Nevis actually pops ult to contest. I mean, otherwise, you were just not getting on this point. I don't know if they're even going to get it. 99. Okay, they do get the touch.
Force out is there, so OT going to start ticking away. The crash through. Qatar trying to stop them from touching, but now the Transcendence comes in. Nevis is able to rush forward, but the rally nearly online. They need to take out Epic right now. Builds it up. Rally going to be popped. Hopeback still under fire, but now that shield, that extra HP is coming through. The mag grenade manages to find Tessin. Nevis going to be taken down. And it seems like Revati are going to be able to pull this one off, barring some absolute miracle. Deadeye going to be rolling through. I feel like it's maybe the first one that we saw, but just looking for the pick here. On to Mimosa. He will slide away. He will keep his life intact, but it's going to be Revati taking away Samoa 2-0.
Really nice plays here from Hopeback once again. Played it really well around the Cassidy despite it not always necessarily being the most efficient pick for them. They just played Batiste, and they were like, well, every time somebody dives him, we'll drop that immortality field, he'll do enough damage, and it will work out. And so many times we did see Wrecking Ball get on top of him, try to actually apply that pressure, ended up losing too much health, and then they lost a lot of control, especially on that first round. Second round, though, a lot closer. I think Hopeback just wanted to, he wanted to hard force the Cassidy. He didn't want to swap. I know he's capable of it. He just decided he wanted to keep playing.
Man was clicking heads out there. So nice multi-kills coming through. Deadeye, it's very rare these days, and even into the last couple years of the Overwatch League, where we would see a Deadeye get popped and you'd actually pick up multiple kills. Not really since maybe Sigma meta, where that was dominant. You go for the flux, and then, you got him up in the air, that kind of thing. But either way, I mean, just the neutral play from him on that Cassidy, really, really clean stuff from the side of Hopeback. So I really like how this was going. It was a good start, though, for the side of Pandia. We saw that they were able to get some really nice isolating picks, especially onto the back line. Epic not really having a great time at the beginning, but Revati started to just adjust away from that and make sure that they weren't in these open positions where these pile drivers could come in, catch both the supports, etc.
They tightened up quite a bit, and I feel like the way that we saw Cassidy played yesterday, very similar to how it's played today, where it has a Brigida on top of it. So difficult to actually dive that, and if your Tracer just isn't performing or is looking for those deep plays, fails and has to recall earlier, the Tracer on your team, after the enemy Tracer has recalled, can just go find you and kill you because they're going to have recall advantage, and we saw that happen a lot as well over those 2 rounds. So I'm not sure if Cassidy is going to end up being meta in Korea, for example, and some of our other stronger regions, but I feel like the way that we're seeing it played here in Japan so far does at least make sense on paper.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, a strong start, and one where I was hoping that this would end up going to 3, but hopefully as we get ready to go into map number 2, draft happening right now, or the veto, I should say, happening, I'm hoping that Pandia can put up a strong performance here, answer back, get a nice little win here, depending on what map they land on, and try to extend this series, because again, 3 Overwatch sucks.
Yeah. It is the first loss for Pandia as well so far this tournament. They hadn't lost any maps up until this point.
Only a 75% map win rate. What does it
mean?
No,
they've dropped from 100 to 75. That's a 25% loss. That's what it means, Achilles.
Those quick maths looking grim for them.
Yeah.
But,
well, I mean, the problem is Hopeback exists, and he was putting out a factory of honey on that first round. He's going to be doing it again. Look, I'm gonna be pushing the Hopeback narrative all season long. I'm just warning you guys. He's the GOAT, and so respect him. After his performances yesterday, I was really impressed. This first map, obviously tougher opposition than what he saw yesterday. Not as impressive, but still, obviously, I think the MVP of that first map is Samoa.
I just like that already. We have somebody who's like hard locking on to a player and saying like, this is the guy, this is the one that's going to be the best. We had Avril with Proper. And now it's you with Hopeback.
I mean, yesterday I decided in the first 20 minutes, and so I'm kind of sticking with it for now. This happened yesterday as well, where Jun Minhyuk was subbed in for Kotaro for hybrid only, played Winston exclusively, and absolutely destroyed his opposition, gapped him in the tank matchup, and then subbed out for the third one. So I think we'll probably see something like that from him again. The last time we saw this, the map was King's Row. Could be the map again.
Okay. I mean, it's so strange now because coming from a a different game that I was casting for the last week. Seeing substitutions is usually like, oh no, this is not going to go well. But I'm back in a game where that actually can have an immense amount of value. So
Yes.
it's super strange because as soon as I saw the graphic pop up, I'm like, oh, this isn't it. And I'm like, well, never mind. We're back in Overwatch
In
now.
this, it is kind of it. It is decently it. Overwatch, we have seen a lot of specific map subs over the years, quite a bit. Where you have like, okay, I'm not running hit scan here. I'm going to sub this player in. And he's going to play projectile, or I've got the Pharah player who's going to get subbed in. We've seen that a lot over the years, especially in Korea. Overwatch League we saw a little bit less. Overwatch League was often performance-based, but sometimes it was strategic, especially from the Korean teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from time to time, and there are those rosters that were just amassed with 12 different players, etc. You know, I mean, we got super on Genji, that kind of stuff. So we have a little bit more fun over here when it comes down to just playing with larger rosters and whatnot. And of course, you know, as we are here in Japan, I think we might not see it as much until we get into Korea. But of course, there are some orgs out there that do have a ton of players that they have signed coming into this season. But taking a look at it, okay.
It's Blizzard World.
Yeah, first ban on a King's Row, Old Faithful taken out, Hollywood gone, and we go over to Blizzard World.
Yeah, so the map we haven't seen yet that I really want to see is Hollywood, but it's just not happening yet, not here in Japan.
It's not a great ball map.
No, it's not. It's pretty good for long-range hit scan like Hofak is playing, so not surprised to see that's not there, although, you know, tough to say. Like, I'm not ready to say that teams are really thinking too strategically about maps just yet, super early on in the tournament. I think against teams like Varrel, you definitely have a lot more information because this team's been around forever and they've had a stable roster for a really long time. But against some of these teams that were put together a little bit last minute for the qualifiers here, it's hard to say 100%.
All right, well, Blizzard World is where we'll be heading here as we get ready to jump into our good old hybrid map. We'll see if this is going to be a 2-0 beginning here for the side of Revati, or if Pandia is going to be able to get it done, tie up the score line, but the game is ready to go. So let's go ahead and jump into map number 2 as we go to Blizzard World. Alrighty. Get ready to go into this one, see what these guys got pieced together. For now, Hofak's still going to be hovering that Cassidy.
Rip that shark.
Yeah, that's true. Why did they do that? I mean, it's a theme park, so it's obviously fake.
I mean, Jaws is coming back. Jaws is returning to OWCS. Weird that they zoomed in on that like that. Like, he's actually still here.
For a second, you baited me, and I thought you were saying that there was going to be a new Jaws movie coming out.
Oh, no, I mean...
And I was like, good God, have we... No creativity whatsoever.
No, we don't, but I'm sure there will be a new Jaws movie at some point. But luckily, we don't have to deal with that yet. All right, Dox is playing this forward position here. We've seen attempts to deny the teleport since the beginning of Wrecking Ball time. He's not going to commit to it. It failed miserably yesterday, and they lost the point for it. So I'm glad to see he's not going to do it a second time.
Well, with Junmin coming in, Sigma, maybe,
okay, first time here for the tournament.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe a little bit expected if they know, what his playstyle is going to be. So having that Wrecking Ball forward against that Sigma, and the potential of getting caught is a bit too risky. So did back away nice and early as we see Epic now here on this Zenyatta, going on a bit of a walkabout. The whole team actually just going to be wrapping around over towards the back here. No front approach, but Hayabusa out on an island does get picked off. Sesson with a nice opening kill, and that's really going to slow up Revati's approach here. As now the dive goes into the back line. Immortality Field thrown in to try to save Epic, but Hyuk disconnected from the rest of the team, ends up falling, and the same could be said for Hofak.
Yeah, going to be a big win here on a team that wrapped so hard around that there's no retreat, there's no regroup, there's no delay for respawns. So Pandia, pretty simple win here on this one. Dox can get back to the point very quickly, so pretty fortunate he's the one who falls. Epic swaps over to Brigitte, and looks like they're going to otherwise keep this comp the same. See if he can actually make this Sigma work, because it is very tough, to actually get to the point itself, but it can be quite strong once you do close that gap and get that damage out from the Cassidy in range. But he doesn't have line of sight until he gets close enough here, unfortunately.
Really good sticky nades lobbed in there, finding an immense amount of value in Sesson, already just 4% away from having that ult. And
that was clean.
Yeah, just pops him up, takes him down. Nades come back up, Sesson able to find a kill. And, I mean, Doom, I'm not sure if this needed to be committed into the fight here, but still is going to be used. He built it up very swiftly, so can always build another one in the next 2 minutes and 12 seconds that are remaining on this attack. But so far, so great for the side of Pandia on this defense.
Yeah, it was really, I think, for Revati, just a little bit lackluster of a push, not expecting Docs to drop down like that, and Hofak is just instantly deleted. They don't have Immortality Field this time to keep him alive, used earlier, so see if he can get this line of sight that he's been struggling so hard to get.
They dropped in, Hesty keeping himself and the team alive. Stormset Pulse Bomb with the Immortality Field is, for the time being, up there on that high ground, just threatening as much as humanly possible. But now, back here onto the approach. Minhyuk still very far away from having that Flux online, and he is just going to get absolutely obliterated. The beam comes in. Great damage offered up as well from Doxy on the Wrecking Ball. They melt him down. Pile Driver not going to be able to find too much. Fan the Hammer as well, not going to be able to claim the kill. Discord Orb flies in. Nevis finds an elimination. Epic will go down.
Might
and
be
now
a
it's a
full
minute
hold.
and 15 seconds. Yep, that full hold is looking mighty realistic.
I mean, I think you're really going to struggle to actually get the Flux here as Jun Min-hyuk, as we have a pause. I think you're going to struggle to get that Flux. I mean, you still have 70 seconds, 68, technically speaking here, before you run out of time, but I think they should have swapped off of the failed Sigma Cassidy push a little bit earlier and maybe try to run Dive or try to run Winston, because that's what was finding a lot of success yesterday on Hybrid, or just run Wrecking Ball, right, and try to circumvent that way. Because if you can't get in with your tank to create any sort of disruption, like Doomfist, also quite viable, I think, in this scenario, it's hard for your Cassidy to actually get line of sight. And he just keeps getting almost to the point and then getting blown up because they're attacking from multiple different angles.
Yeah, and the Sigma's not having a good time right now. We haven't been able to see a single Flux so far. I think he's at like 60-something% at the moment
like
of the game.
68, something like that.
It's just a bit of obliteration every time he takes a couple steps towards that point. So really great focus fire coming in, and I fully agree. I think that an earlier swap off would be good, but it seems like maybe they're just kind of stuck in this cycle of, okay, well, you have to try the Flux first, because like the Flux is the opener, because you get that Flux and Deadeye combo, potential for some big kills to come through. But now there's just no time remaining.
Yeah.
Did get an update. One of the players disconnected from the lobby. Obviously, things being done online here for the Japanese and the APAC legs of the tournament. So hopefully we just get him back into the lobby, get everything taken care of, and be on our merry way and continue with this very likely full hold scenario.
Yeah, I also think that even if he does get Flux, because like I said, there's a minute, 8 seconds left, 68 seconds left on the clock. Even if he does get Flux, it's probably going to be on 2 more pushes, right? I imagine the first one fails. He gets it on the second one. So his ability to use it in a way that he wants to, like using it in a very strong way where he can actually get a group up for
that's already gone.
Like, I just don't think it's going to happen. So I think a tick is all they can hope for. And honestly, maybe just swapping the comp here and going for one more Hail Mary and getting a tick is like all they're going to get. But when you're this priced into this composition, you have that Deadeye, you're waiting for the Gravitic Flux to come through, maybe you feel like you're kind of, what's the word for this? Sunk cost fallacy. The
yes.
Sunk cost fallacy. Well, we're already almost there. We've already spent so much of this. We have to wait for that one push. But I worry Achilles that it's not going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things that is very much lacking in this map so far compared to what we were seeing on the opener of Samoa is just Haratun not really having any flank pressure. We saw him get picked, and that kind of led to the unfurlment of that first push where they're trying to go on the backside approach, wrap around. He died first. They isolate the Sigma, everything crumbles. But we haven't been really seeing any strong damage, any picks coming through from him. So that Tracer is very much being kept honest at the moment from the setup Pandia, which is really good to see for them here on this defense.
They also don't, if I remember correctly, they're still running Brigitte and Batiste to protect the Cassidy. They don't have a Zenyatta on attack, so breaking the enemy Wrecking Ball is just not going to happen. Even if he did end up getting caught by, I believe it's called Accretion. Am I remembering this ability right? Got it. Oh, that's right. I still got it, chat. If he hits him with the Accretion, which is probably never going to happen, but if he does, and somehow gets stunned, and somehow the Wrecking Ball is dropped, with no Discord Orb, he's probably still just going to put his shield up and roll out of there. I just don't think you're going to kill that guy, so you can't even like front to back the team fight. What we're trying to tell you guys while we're buying time in this pause is that it looks like a full hold.
It looks like a full hold. But oftentimes, in competitive Overwatch, when it looks like the full hold is a certainty, the defending team will choke in the last 20 seconds, and then the cap comes in, and then suddenly you got another 2.5 minutes on the time bank, and then they full push, steamrolling their way to B. They get that extra minute and a half bump up, and then they complete the map with like 10 seconds remaining, and then they full hold the other team. Seen it happen so many times. Pretty unlikely, though, I think, actually, in this scenario.
So we did get the update that's a monitor issue.
What's a monitor issue?
Just to read this out to you guys. So it's actually Nevis who has a monitor issue at the moment. So we're trying to get it
it's
back.
fixed.
Oh, all right.
Being told right now that we are unpausing and going back into game. So there you go. All we had to do was read out what the actual issue was, and then it got fixed.
All right, 67% on that Flux. Let's see if he can get it because, I mean, they even have the sound barrier as well to make this even tougher to pull off. I mean, they get the one big 5 push. We used to call it big 6 back in my day, but
it's true.
Big 5 old push here. And, I mean, they're taking so long to group up here. I don't think he gets it on the second push. Like, there's no time. Hartoon's dead.
Yep, taken down. Trying to get there on top of Nevis. Has that pulse bomb in his back pocket. Ends up getting eliminated. 36 seconds now going to be remaining here for Revati. Rally coming online as well, so a couple of different tools to try to utilize, but it's going to be in an overtime scenario because for right now, everybody's going to be contained off here. The side room of Snacks Ramus.
I mean, he just really needs to push that last 15%. He's got 20 seconds. He needs to hit some left clicks and get it out there.
I mean, the other issue is going to be that Zessen could just go for that duplicate again and just have that counter Flux available. As the Echo, we'll have to see. He's pushing forward out here onto the point now. In fact, not really being given too much line of sight, so isn't finding that much damage for now. And Matrix just going to be clearing the way. The first tick is going to be coming through. Rally going to be expiring. Goes down. Up over the top, the dive into the back line. They're looking for Hesty. They take him so very low, but that Immortality Field does save his life. Now the dupe comes in. Accretion just going to be connecting into the wall, and Hartoon actually finding the pulse bomb onto Sanyo of all targets. Takes him out. They're still ticking up. Contest now coming in. Accretion going to be going wide. Sound barrier out from Mimosa. Able to connect onto the 4 remaining players, but there's the Flux picking up Docs, dropping him to the floor. He's got a little bit of HP remaining, but Hopeback is able to take it away from him. And it looks like they might just be doing what I said I thought was unlikely, as the cap will indeed come in. 2.5 minutes out of the time bank. You tell that I've been here before.
Yeah, well, forget everything we talked about in terms of building the Flux and going for a Deadeye combo. Apparently, all you need is a window. Hesty drops down the window. Everyone on Pandia walks off the point. They get 2 ticks, and they get full control over the point itself. And then Hofak is able to Deadeye zone, and they get so much control that the Flux is all they need to actually get the final pick onto Docs to actually win it out. And we got a game of Overwatch on our hands.
Yeah, we do. Full hold not found. Hartoon, however, is just unable to take him down once again. Has been handling that Tracer very nicely, but Hopeback with a nice headshot will take out Mimosa, but a push onto the corner. Sanyo, let's go with that pulse bomb, finding Epic, taking him down. It's a very short run back, but Docs, I believe, is he scouted? Looks like they know he's there now. For a while, it looked like it was going to be some secret agent wrecking ball action going through. His duplicate going to be forced out. Mag grenade chucked forward. Hofak being saved again. That Immortality Field always there from Hesty to bail him out.
That's rough. Dropping your duplicate and then losing the fight and actually losing control does not feel ideal, but they still control this archway for a little bit longer. And that is your Alamo here, essentially, as Pandia. Want to make sure nobody can get through there, but it's too late now.
Transcendence in response to the accretion, just not wanting to get caught, also just rotating forward, helping to try to save Sanyo's life. Deadeye going to be used by Hofak, but nothing going to be found. Only a little bit of damage there. And Sanyo and Hartoon once again duking it out. But for now, Cart getting taken, and this is actually a bit of a ring around the rosy from Pandia as they find themselves back over on point A. Dive in, Minefield going to be invested here. Docs clearing out the Immortality Field. Rally now rolling from Epic, trying to keep Hesty alive, who does have that Amp Matrix available. Lumen Yuk could be taken low. Pulse bump from Hartoon coming up with a kill. Does find Nevis, and now look at the HP bars here on the side of Pandia. Everybody getting absolutely wrecked. They managed to find one answering kill there onto Hofak, but it's just not going to be enough to stop the push from starting again.
All right, just tons of control here. A lot of resources used early on in that fight, not leading to anything. Just basically all countered by Hesty's Immortality Field. The Minefield not really getting any damage done. Zessen does have Duplicate available. See if he can get into the backline, grab that Sigma, and do work with it, because that's what they really need so desperately right now. Or
Sticky nades going out, finds an immense amount of damage. Hopeback and Hartoon both so very low. Immortality Field again coming through. Hesty now slapping down that Amp Matrix, just looking to zone them back, and it forces him around the corner. Cart can continue inching forward once more, but now there's only going to be 5 seconds remaining here for the side of Revati. Flux online, that's the only ult they have to work with. The sound barrier from Mimosa needs to build that up rapidly, but the Flux is being pulled out first and foremost. Looks for the pick up there, not going to be able to find it. Docs managing to stay alive, and it's going to be Jungmin Hyuk actually getting taken down. An opening for Pandia to stop this push in its tracks. Now with Hopeback falling, it seems like they have actually done it. Barrier going to be dropped in. Transcendence popped as well. Sanyo will take out Hartoon before he can use that pulse bomb. And at long last, Pandia will be able to put their feet down.
yeah, very rough there, trying to make that Flux work on the final push. Obviously looking for a lockdown on the Wrecking Ball, which is just giving so much additional time and disruption there, and doesn't end up really working out. A lot of resources used, and double support ultimates does eventually stop them in the tracks, even though we saw them layered on top of each other. As gonna get a replay here of this one. Immortality Field's down, Sound Barrier dropped. Ends up getting some pretty high value here. They just can't break through the shields, plus the trance. Don't think they needed to put them on top of each other like that, but you know what? It's enough. Seen a little bit of that here in Japan so far.
As soon as Minhyuk had fallen, it felt like the fight was widely already won.
Yeah,
so.
I'm just being really nitpicky, Achilles, you know me.
I don't mind it. Now on to the defense that needs to be incredibly strong from the side of Revati, and okay, we have some more change-ups, but is this Epic again just coming out with something different, opening with a different pick with this, and then he ends up swapping off the Alari?
Could
or
be,
is it going to be
real.
He stays with it?
I mean, I think Alari plus Cassidy is really strong, just because if you can hit the ult and then pop those, get the ult to proc from Epic, you actually do a ton of damage. It's easier said than done, though. Plus, you get some additional damage yourself at range, so they're just going to try to keep everybody at bay and try to keep Hofak alive with double support, Immortality Field, and then a Sigma sitting on top of him. We'll see how well this works out.
I mean, I think this helps you poke and prod the Echo on the opposite side a little bit more, but when it comes down to actually utilizing that ultimate for the Alari, you don't have many easy targets to try to lock down. I mean, you think about how mobile everybody other than Nevis is.
Yeah. Seems like a pipe dream.
Well, for now, it's just going to be a back cap attempt here. Stock's pulling some attention, trying to roll up onto the high ground. Takes him a couple little swings to get up there, and the pile driver ultimately isn't going to be that big. Swings back down to the low ground before the accretion comes through. Keeps himself safe now. Goes crashing across the point, putting a bit of damage onto Epic, but Autotune just watching the side here, trying to keep everybody honest, trying to keep those HP bars low on the enemy team.
Hofak kind of untouched at the moment, but doesn't have line of sight here. Everybody's kind of corralled over here to this right side right now, and they're not making a ton of progress, but slow pushing.
Pile driver again in, does force the Immortality Field. Projected barrier set up from Minhyuk. Just looking to cut off that right side approach. As we're talking about, Dox is going to fall. This time not really rapidly building up towards that minefield like we were seeing before. It's going to be significantly further behind. It's actually going to be John Minhyuk leading the charge as far as that tank ult is concerned.
Yeah, a lot of really awkward grapples from Dox on that one. I think he definitely didn't have the approach he was looking for and made a low impact.
So, Alari taking a huge amount of damage, but just 19% away now from the Captive Sun, so nearly has the ult online. And without the support ultimates, it can find value as long as he can get it to connect.
Yeah,
Could be
easier
said here
said
with
than
this
done.
pulse bomb, though.
Might even be solo onto Dox if desperation is needed.
For now, it looks like Autotune looking for a target, goes forward, finds the stick. Nevis going to be taken out right as Essin does die. Epic able to get the shots through. And the cleanup continues as Dox, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here with his life intact, so yet will just be a minor little stagger onto him.
And the aggressive transcendence that's available here for Pandia for this next push can be sometimes what you need, where you could just hard collapse onto Hofak and blow up that Immortality Field and just outdo him in terms of damage because you have the heals and they just won't be able to stop you. That's probably the game plan here for Pandia on this next push. They just need a little bit more percent.
Okay, Captain Sun locked in, and it's just moments before Nevis would have gotten that Transcendence online. Fantastic timing here from the side of Epic. Helps come up with that kill.
That was actually really clean from him. Just jumps right into the air, finds that angle, blows up the Zen, and that's going to buy them 30 seconds of time, essentially, here. Pandia, though, still have all those tools, just less time in the bank. Feels a lot more desperate now, though.
It's a nice tempo ultimate from them, but things still very much could get away from Revati on this hold. Given that there's about to be 5 ultimates online here from the side of Pandia. Pulse Bomb especially, something that could be instrumental. The drop down up over the top, looking for the damage output on that beam, and it's going to be the Immortality Field cleared out, but Sesson eventually finding the headshot. Epic going to be taken down. Hesse as well, just cannot survive. Gets picked off before he can try to invest his ult. Backpedaling coming through, John Minhyuk just trying to stay alive, but Sesson going to be able to help hound him down, help layer in these accretions, just stun him up and take him out. Kill comes in, Hofak with a sliver will eventually fall as the headshot comes through.
It's exactly what I'm talking about. You just hard force in on top of the Immortality Field, Achilles. You know, there's the cap coming through. Transcendence means that you just have too much health. The healing comes through, and Hofak, he doesn't die, but he has to get out of dodge, so he can't do anything. He can't pop his Deadeye, and they do have the ult advantage, and they get to keep Mimosas as well.
A couple split spawns, but faster rejoin for Haratun at least. As you can see, Revati looking to try to take this high ground position on the back stairway. Trying to work their way down and grab the cart and keep it locked within the archway. Show the corner, sticky bombs around the corner, just looking for a little bit of damage there. Soften up Nuke as much as humanly possible, as Sangyo in the meantime trying to contest the high ground walkway.
Yeah, Harutoon trying to find an angle here as well to look for a single target. Window not going to be great for him.
It's not great for him, but it does help allow for the cart to stop moving forward. No one really wanted to try to push out into the opening, given that Hofak is going to be on the opposite side of that one, so it's just another time buy ultimate here for the side of Revati. One less tool to utilize, and that sound barrier is still in the back pocket of Mimosa.
They know he has Deadeye, so Zessen is playing so carefully around this well. He was.
Great sniping coming in. Epic, I mean, the first time out on the Zenyatta, didn't really find much purchase. We saw the quick flip. Now he's building up very quickly towards that Transcendence. Catching up here to Nevis.
Yeah, it's just really hard to actually get onto this McCree who has Immortality Field and High Ground and Deadeye. So if you expose yourself for too long trying to poke him down, you might just die. And the fact that you can just hold onto this Deadeye, if they go for a heavy commitment, it's just going to be so good in Immortality Field. And they just can't get any ground here, Achilleos. Pandia, that is.
I think Dox is trying, rotating around the back. Bit of a Hail Mary lob in there on that nade. Immortality Field again, going to be coming through as Hofak finds Mimosa off screen. Looking for the push down. They do knock Epic onto the low ground. The heal's being pumped through, and now the damage in response goes out of the Dox. Harutoon takes him out. The kick comes in, and that's just going to be Sangyo eliminated so desperately. They wanted to dive into that back line and try to break down the supports here on Revati, but they end up paying the iron price for it.
I gotta say, Heste's Baptiste has been pretty good. His Immortality Fields are so snappy, so fast. His healing output on the right target every single time. Just keeping everybody alive. Like, Epic goes low, but he does a ton of damage as well, and Heste just pumps those heals in, and then suddenly Dox is out. He's going to drop the minefield now.
And they're looking for Hesse because he has been such a pain in the rear for them. Zessen with the beam is able to take him out. Minju, however, finding Sangyo before falling, and Zessen is just putting the team on his back as much as he possibly can. Revati, or not the Flux, rather, but he just goes ahead, snaps up all that damage from the Deadeye. Hofak only able to find the one kill. There's now the cart pushing forward. The contest needs to come in ASAP, and Minyu, he's not swapped off this Sigma.
Yeah, he's not swapped off. Okay, he is now going to switch over to Doomfist here.
But
Looks
is
like
it too late? The push back there. Harutoon going to be taking down the Doomfist now, diving forward. Pile driver knocking him up into the air. The beam coming through once again. Minyu is absolutely destroyed. And it seems like that should just about be it, and it is. They get zoned off for just a little bit, and Pandia will be able to pick up the win here on Blizzard World to tie up the series.
All right, it's happening, Achilleos.
Not
no
a 3-0.
3-0. We're not going to see a 3-0 every single game of every single day.
We did.
And we're going to see Flashpoint. So I get to cast Flashpoint today. It's
Very
happening.
true. But first, we have push.
Yeah, of
Coming
course.
up
I'm
next.
just saying. We're getting to Flashpoint at least though. Like,
I'm
no
just
matter
reminding everybody because, you know, maybe they think that like the orders changed.
what. All right, what matters
It's going to be
more?
different.
The actual map lore and keeping our fans informed, or the fact that you and I are about to cast Flashpoint in map 4? It's going to happen.
You're right. It's that one. But, yeah, I mean, nice answer back here from the side of Pandia. It's still a little bit worrisome considering the advantages that they had. It got slowed up considerably there on their own attack. But, I mean, nice tight-knit play between the two squads. I like to see, you know, these players that are starting to come alive here, especially for Pandia. It's been really good. But, of course, we're going to go step away for a quick little break. And when we come back, we will get into push and see who is going to be taking the lead once again in this series. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and about at the midway point here on our opening series. Right now, tied up 1-1. Good response from Pandia. They took us over to Blizzard World through that map veto, and we're able to pick up the win, but still by some narrow margins. It was a good fight back there from Revati.
Yeah, I really think that this series could end up going the distance. We're already getting 4, like I mentioned before, so looking forward to that. I would like to see a little bit more flexibility from Revati. They are kind of running the same comp no matter what, even if it doesn't call for it, which we didn't see them do yesterday, so a little bit surprising. Maybe trying to prove something today with this Cassidy pick is, you know, Hofak already earned my heart. He doesn't have to keep playing Cassidy and hard forcing to keep it. He might break it, actually, if he keeps doing that at this point.
Could happen. Maybe he lost a bet, and the bet was just that he had to play an entire series with nothing but Cassidy. I'm not sure. Either way, though, as we can see here on our screens, ban away there on New Queen Street, and we're going to be going to Esperanza.
Okay, Esperanza should be interesting to see. We're seeing everyone pretty much run either Doomfist or Ball on push no matter what so far, so I imagine that won't change regardless of map at the moment, but we'll see if they want to try to run Sigma. I hope not. The other question is he going to stay in or is he going to be subbed out? Because yesterday after King's Row, he was subbed back out, and Kotaro came back in. Today, I don't see any graphic down there. Like, there's usually a thing down here that says he's coming out, so he's probably still in.
It doesn't seem like we have any swaps, so I think that we're just going to be sticking with the same 5 here. We'll see how they're going to be faring. I mean, I am curious to see if the meta does change going in here between these two teams on Esperanza, because this was always, you know, kind of just the Winston map. This is the one, you bring out the Scientist, you go jumping into the back line, but also, as you're hoping for, a very big map for the Sojourn.
Yeah, maybe they'll just keep the Winston. Maybe that's why Jinmyeok is not being subbed out, because he played it yesterday on King's Row. So maybe that's the reason there is no substitution this time around.
Well, time will tell as we get ready to go into this map. And again, we'll see who is going to be taking a lead. Can Pandia get it for the first time in the series, or will it be Revati grabbing it once more for themselves, trying to close things out with a nice little 3-1 scoreline? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're going to be playing either, but I'm curious to see what it's going to be. But let's not wait any longer. Let's go ahead and get into game number 3 as we head over to Esperanza. Such a staggering difference between all the wub and just the calm quiet of a lobster dinner.
Yeah. All right, trivia question. Where is Esperanza? What country is it in?
Oh, I don't remember.
I actually don't know either, to be honest. I actually wanted to know, so I was going to ask you, and then no matter what you said, I was going to say, that's correct, Achilles.
You gotta make me look bad by asking these questions.
Well, that's why I had to admit that I also don't know. Maybe Chad will get it to us in a few moments' time. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. As you know, sometimes and oftentimes in Overwatch, the cities are real and very cool places. Sometimes they're just completely made up, not real at all.
But based on real locations.
Yes. All right, so Wrecking Ball versus Winston. So Jun Min-hyuk is going to be playing the Winston. So, you know, theory about this map being great for Winston plus Jun Min-hyuk. We'll probably come up with a shortened version of his name at some point. It's his real Korean name. Playing it all comes together.
I think we just go Min-hyuk here, but either way,
yeah.
Hofak is going to be back over onto that Sojourn as you were hoping for. Whereas it's very much the same here for the side of Pandia, not showing any changes in the composition. Mimosa nearly getting picked off nice and early. Rail shot not charged up all the way to be able to find him, but Nevis was completely isolated. He gets picked off, and now that leads to the spiral effect here where Pandia, just one by one, are going to get eliminated.
It's really cool to see how well they play this Sojourn with the dive, because the tracer damage comes through the charge up on the railgun as well onto the enemy tank. Makes it really difficult for Docs to do anything than just turn on the right clicks and people die.
Well, it's Portugal. I looked it up. And see, I was baiting myself because I was like, is it in Brazil? Because I was thinking Portuguese, but no, because we do have a Brazilian map, but okay, Hofak gonna get jumped on. Enough about that. Sends down the disrupting shot, and he actually is going to be able to stay alive. Nevis again, going to be the first one getting picked off here as that Winston continuing to harass into the back lines, comes up with value. Jump back over onto the high ground, just continuing to zap away here at Docs, who pops the shield but still will fall. Rail shot from Hofak going to be able to find the kill as Sanyo went down moments before.
Me and Honey Factory, man, we're linked. I know he knows what I want. I know what he's capable of. He wanted to prove his cast to me today. You know, he did all right. It was really Hesty who proved himself on that one with the great immortality fields. But now he's coming out. He's already got his overclock almost ready here, and he is just crushing.
Yeah, I don't like this. I come back after all of these years, and you're already talking about another man to me. Anyway, Nevis is going to get picked off as he swaps over onto the Kineko. Taken down before he can really try to get any ult charge built up towards that rush. A little bit of a dive here onto Epic, falling low, somehow staying alive for a hell of a lot longer than we might have anticipated. Moza is able to find that kill in the end, but then gets taken down. Varrel shot to the head. Pulse bomb lob in from Sanyo, coming up with absolutely nothing as Hopeback cleans up 3 quick kills. And Hyuk gonna get taken down though. Doc's able to find 1, but he cannot stop this push from continuing.
Yeah, he really is running away with this one kind of on his own. The Kitsune Rush, not even necessarily required here to win this upcoming fight. They're going to grab this next checkpoint here as well. See if Docs can find a good minefield. That is really what Pandia needs to start something off here.
Sticky nades. A little bit of damage there, but yeah, is going to be okay. So bot now going to be brought back into a bit of a more of a neutral position. Pile driver coming down, not finding the nice setup though. So minefield not going to come through on the back end. Is in fact just trying to find something here with that overclock. Then Hyuk in the meantime diving into the back line once again, wreaking havoc on the support line. Finds a kill on the Mimosa, does overstep a little bit, so Sanyo was able to find the elimination on the back end of it. But once again, just still sat here in place. Docs goes back in for a little bit more. Pops the shields, trying to stay alive. The heal, it's being pumped out there from Nevis, but it's just not enough throughput to actually keep him in the fight. Hogtoon collecting 2 kills. Will just ensure that the push can re-continue here for the side of Revati.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, Docs is actually a really good Wrecking Ball player. Like, we saw it yesterday, and today he's just struggling a little bit with his grapples. His minefield there was very off, and they're actually just going to match now composition here to Revati, swapping off after using that last minefield. Makes more sense how he used it now, considering it looks like they just wanted to swap composition anyways, and maybe see if they can get a little bit of value. Checkpoint comes through, though, and let's see if Zessen can match Hofak now.
Ooh, Hayabusa. Pops the recall, doesn't go back up to full HP, still down to 75, and that's actually the sound barrier used here from Revati as they push the go button. They want to try to hound down the members of Pandia, and it looks like they're going to be able to do just that. Then he'll be able to come up with the first opener there. Zessen taken out, and shot again from Holpak, finding Sanyo, taking him down, and Nevis just gonna have to try to get himself out of here. Dive forward from Mimosa, question mark.
Looks like just wanted to reset, but could have maybe tried to.
I'm not sure where he was. Out. Hard to say. Either way, it's going to be coming back. He's going to be having the support ultimate there alongside Nevis. There's 2 to work with, but they have to be able to break this push.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Jungmin does have the ultimate here, the Primal Rage, is going to be really difficult to break through. And maybe be able to burst him down, but it's going to be so hard.
Now just maintaining that rails. Today Rush is going to be popped. Nevis using that to try to zone them back. It's going to be the Primal Rage popped here from Minhyuk. Pulse bomb lobbed into the back once again. Sanyo unable to find the stick, unable to find a kill on the back end of this one. Now Epic using his own rush sound barrier in response, but look at it, Docs' HP bar. It is just completely evaporated. Kills come in. Answering kill onto Junghyuk, however, or Minhyuk, I should say, does get taken down. The push still moving forward. The bot working its way up this final ramp.
And he hasn't even overclocked yet. He just doesn't care. He's just going to take him out, man. Hofak, the GOAT.
Speaking of one, Zessen is popping his own, looking for some targets, rounding the corner, putting them low, and with Docs rejoining the fight, that is going to be Hofak getting eliminated. Docs with the double kill now as Epic will get dropped as well. Quick little slow up there on the bot from Hayabusa, but bot's still going to be shifting back, and those forward spawns still available for a couple of the players on the side of Revati.
Yeah, Revati should be able to regroup pretty quickly here and can actually go for a longer contest with that overclock if they can get Hofak into high ground position. Easier said than done here, as obviously Pandia does have a ton of control. Zessen up here on this high ground himself. So very awkward at this moment in time, but I think if they speed boost in, get Jungmin into the backline, then Hofak can pop off with the overclock. Otherwise, they kind of just want to wait for Jungmin to get some of his Primal Rage charged so that they can use the, okay, well.
I mean, Moses is just trying to get the hell out of that thing, but just ends up getting taken down. Disrupting shot from Hofak, finding an immense amount of value, but he's going to get picked off as Sanyo comes in from behind, drops the pulse bomb on top of him, also finds a melee shot there onto Minhyuk. Hayabusa answering back with one of his own, but now Docs, the Primal Range rolling, means that he's got a ton of space to buy that here for the side of Pandia as the bot starts getting stolen away a bit. So Brought back even further away from that checkpoint that they need to try to match. And now Doc's trying to leap out to safety. So very low, somehow does survive.
A very messy fight. Could have been the turning point for Pandia, but unfortunately not able to really stick to the stick to control there as Hartoon respawns and actually wreaks havoc on the backline and pushes Docs back. He lives, so they can regroup here now with Mimosa and heal him up, but it's just Revati maintaining so much control. Now, they need to get to the cart itself, and this is when Jumping Huck's going to look to try to build that primal. They don't have the sound barrier anymore to link that to actually get him to that last 40%.
Center Rush, they're pushing indoors, really trying to flush out these members of Revati, and Hessy's going to get taken down. Good kill here from the side of Sanyo, but look at the bot once again, getting stolen away, getting worked back over towards that starting position just as much as they possibly can. Hartoon absolutely doing his research, studying Zest's performances in the past here, ever since we've introduced push into the pool. Now, Kitsune Rush going to be used. Epic trying to win out the fight. The dive forward. Mimosa going to be taken down to a sliver. Stays alive for the time being, as Minhyuk doesn't want to overstep. Has to drop the bubble, keep himself protected. Looks to rejoin with the rest of the team, who are, again, just shifting this bot away, just not letting Pandia get any extra meterage.
Yeah, they're not going to get any extra distance here, nor are they going to be able to have a good angle necessarily. No primal for Dogs.
No primal.
He's just going to die.
Yeah, he's getting worked lower and lower. Nevis and Mimosa doing their damage to try to keep him alive. Pulse bomb lobbed in. That's going to help. As Epic will be able to get the final headshot to take him down. Pulse bomb again from Sanyo. Sent out. No kill going to be found on the back end of this one. The rail shots coming through, but it's just so damn chaotic. He can't quite line up the hits and ends up getting cleaved down. Back, finding the one. Juggle up here on to that Kiriko. Nevis will fall. It is just an absolute slaughter coming through here from the side of Revati.
I think Pandia should have slow played that a lot more without Docs having his primal. Even if you have Suzu and you have the sound barrier coming up, you know, you're not going to be able to build that much charge that quickly. You just kind of all-in on it alone, and that lost them so much control, and now Revati just gets a free push. Mimosa's so aggressive this game. It's come back to bite him so much.
Yeah. Doc's now into the back line. Primal Rage will be built up to have that as a bit of a bailout tool in case he oversteps a little bit. A nice boop, denying him access on top of the rail car. Gets knocked back down onto the low ground. In the meantime, Minhyuk, isolated, does end up falling. Epic, however, the right click coming through, managing to find Zessen, taking him out with a headshot. Rail built up, goes right next to Sanyo's feet, and would have absolutely killed him even if it was a body shot. Sound barrier now going to be used just to shield up the four remaining players here on the side of Pandia as they look to fight back and they look to push back against them and try to find some distance because there's only a minute and 15 seconds remaining. Pullback will be the first one to fall. Sanyo able to find the kill. The pulse bomb nearly coming online for him. Epic, however, just going to allow himself to die. Doesn't want to commit the Kitsune Rush into this fight, knowing that it's already over.
Yeah, I think Revati really just matching the sound barrier there as a bit of a time buy because it's going to buy them enough time, extend that fight out. And then they'll be able to, as the robot runs back to neutral, they're going to try to be able to recontest for the push itself. They still have that better spawn, and Hartoon has a pulse bomb, Hofak has the overclock, so they have a lot of tools here to utilize. They can also approach very quickly and look for that primal with the Kitsune Rush. Let's see if they can use these all together in tandem, as no support ultimates for Pandia here, and see if Zessen also can get into, maintain that high ground control and make sure he has that line of sight, because that's going to be quite critical here. See if the Kitsune comes out. There it is.
Okay, Rush coming through. Overclock still held, but Zessen completely isolated, taken out. Good early kill found here for the side of Revati. Now looking for a little bit more. Recall has been used by Sanyo. He's trying to stay safe in the back line. Primal Rage popped here from Docs, just batting Hofak away. Slides over, and that ult still in his back pocket, just holding on to this until he feels like he actually really needs it. When Doc's going down, he can just continue to keep this. I mean, the bot, somebody's got to touch it, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be
Somebody's got to get close. Okay, the tap is in. Overtime going to be forced out of Sanyo, rotated around the backside. It's going to be bleeding down here very rapidly.
There's just no way to actually really contest Docs on the Maga to try to get in there. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he's coming out with this one, but just him and Lucio, they're certainly not going to be able to get the job done. The kills will come flying through. And this should just about be it as the Maga will fall. Doc's the last one to die, as that is going to be push. Esperanza going the way of Revati.
Just a really clean dive on the final push to shut down Zessen. I mean, they just Kitsune rushed in and got on top of him and blew him up instantly, and that was the end of the fight. You lose that, and there's just no way. And it's hard to say, like, factually, whether it was him being too greedily positioned very far forward to try to get the best angle, the best line of sight, to get some really big headshots off with his railgun, or if the support just wasn't really there, because all they really had was Suzu and Amp It Up to defend him. There's no primal that they can use to try to keep him alive, so probably should have been positioned a little bit further back, but it was just a good, well-coordinated dive. He dies, the map ends.
Yeah, I mean, just the isolation, the way that Revati are able to just find these players. I mean, from the very outset, it's what got them that first tick. It's what got them moving with the bot to begin with. Just seeing, oh, hey, that person's all in their lonesome. 3 people suddenly right on top of them. Just no hope for escape, no hope for survival. Really good punishment on positioning coming through here from the side of Revati. And I don't know what this is going to look like as we get ready to go in towards Flashpoint, because didn't really see the footing found for Pandia when we started things off on control.
Yeah, very much a one-sided affair here on this third map, but we'll see where we're heading for Flashpoint, because it's time to actually see Flashpoint. We only have 2 maps for Flashpoint. They are New Junk City and Saravasa, as that's just what we have so far. But you know, as maybe more maps come along in the future, we might see that pool expanded.
Oh, it'll get built up.
But yeah, it's still early days. So
you missed the very unfortunate days of there only being 2 push maps. And at least with Flashpoint, you don't necessarily always get to see it, but with push, especially with some of the older rule sets and how long the game did take, that was a bit brutal at times. So just, oh boy, I can't wait to go to New Queen Street again.
What about 2 capture point? Anyone who missed 2 capture point? I kind of miss that. I'm not saying I don't like Flashpoint. In fact, I've never cast it before, so maybe it's going to be the greatest map type of all time. Maybe I'm about to find out. I think it's going to be fun, but I also missed 2-point capture.
It was great. I mean, look, did it lead to some of the more frustrating moments in play and in esports? Sure, but it also led to some incredibly hype ones.
10 points of capture.
10 points of capture. A lot of those bumper flanks from Season 2 of the Overwatch League, just hiding out on Temple of Anubis and just staying back and just dropping the hammer and catching people off guard.
Jexay's still alive!
Still alive. The Hawksall, the dive-ins and everything like that. On point A, there were so many great moments. So I'm right there with you as far as missing 2CP. I could go without Hanamura.
Oh, I was going to say I kind of miss Hanamura B. It was just really fun. I like the little stairwell, like the little ramped stairwell down there, that little choke point.
It still does hold a warm place in my heart, as we do see that Katara is going to be stepping back in here. It does hold a warm place in my heart because it's the first ever map that I believe that I played of Overwatch from when it was
actually
debuted at BlizzCon. That was maybe the demo map that you could play, and I do remember playing that and being like, it's so pretty.
I think I played 2 maps at the demo, and it was Hanamura and then Volskaya. So both of them were
did we have
two capture points. So definitely fond memories for me. But it is what it is. Chat, it's gone. And I think that most people wanted that. But I didn't. I liked it.
All right. Well, the map ban is ready. The veto has concluded. Let's see where we're going. It's going to be Saravasa here.
Yeah, so you just pick in this case, since it's the same thing. And yeah, that's where we're heading. So first Flashpoint cast for me and you ever going to be Saravasa. See if these teams want to switch up their compositions or not, because it's very momentum-based, Flashpoint. It's like Control, but on an extreme level where you capture it faster. If you can hold that, you get momentum. You win the next team fight. You win like 2 team fights on the first cap, move to the second one with ult advantage, and you can just snowball and crush the whole map instantly. So let's see if we see any hard forces on trying to get a flux, because I hope not.
Probably.
I don't think we're going to see Sigma on this map.
This should be pretty much just straight up wrecking ball between both of these teams, as it was so prevalent when we had first really introduced the map, so I'm expecting to see that. Whether we see some of the more fringe picks that we had while the Overwatch League was going on these maps, that I'm not sure about, because every now and then when it got to Flashpoint, you did see things like the Torbjorn coming out, the Maze as well. But just given where we're at right now in the meta, that seems a little bit more unlikely, especially with what these teams have been bringing to the table, because there hasn't been as much flexibility as you might anticipate. But this map is ready to go. Revati looking to close things out with the 3-1 scoreline. Pandia needing to win here on Flashpoint, extend us over to Escort if they want to be victorious in this series. Let's go ahead and jump into Saravasa and see what happens. All right, into lovely Saravasa we go. And already, you can see that Revati is just looking to go right back over to what they were running on Control, as well as, for the first bit at least on Blizzard World.
Yeah, very much a pretty contentious series compared to the rest of the ones we've had, and I think Pandia could bounce back in a big way here. Compositionally, it's going to be, once again, the Cassidy force here for Hofak. Zessen sticking with the Echo, so Echo Tracer, Cassidy Tracer, Batiste, and Brigitte to keep Hofak alive. We'll see who ends up grabbing this first flashpoint in 15 seconds here, as Kotaro gets close to the point first, swapping back in, of course, because he's the Wrecking Ball main on this squad. Or main Wrecking Ball player, I should say. I don't think he's a Wrecking Ball main, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. He's not Mag.
No.
He's very much a Wrecking Ball main.
Anyone remember Gushue?
Well, you know. Amon.
Amon, yeah.
Go for the real OG there. But good opening damage, and Hofak finding the headshot means that Nevis does die.
That's not ideal.
Down to half HP, Haratun just dancing around the pillar trying to keep himself alive. Points still not going to be taken by either side quite just yet, but Revati certainly have the inside track and priority on it, so should be able to snatch this up for themselves. And this Hofak just eating a little bit of damage from the nades, and then just bounces around the corner and clicks another head.
His accuracy is just so unreal that if he has two supports on him, he could just walk into people at point-blank range and then pop off. Look at him hit these headshots so far away, and you know, I mean, the guy is popping off. He's clicking heads. He's taking names.
Well, it's been a fantastic performance thus far from him. We saw Zessen and Sanyo starting to find their feet a bit on Blizzard World. Some nice fights from them from time to time there on Esperanza, but now Zessen taken down. Hovering on the low ground, Haratun dashing forward, able to find that elimination down to 19 HP. Pops the recall to keep himself alive. Just pulling back. I also have to get used to all these new HP values.
Yeah, a little bit different, you know, with some of the expanded health pools here. It does feel weird to see Tracer at 175. So Kotaro is actually overextended and taken out here. I don't know if this is a window. Not really. I don't think. Let's see.
I mean, he's down, but they're still in such a strong position right now as the Panda Hammer continues to go through. Deadeye going to be drawn out. Zessen is able to find the kill there as the sticky bombs go through, but now he's basically all on his lonesome trying to play the point, and there's just going to be the rally pop here from Epic. The shield bash can stun him up as he is ready to exit that duplicate. In the meantime, Dox is going to be hounded down and finished off there. Haratun able to come up with a kill. OT bleeds away very swiftly there, and Revati will be able to claim the first flashpoint for themselves.
Looked a little scary for a moment, but Hofak, even despite getting collapsed on, did crush it, did a ton of damage there. Kotaro also going to have the minefield as Doc swaps over to Zarya here, and it's going to be a Genji Zarya swap. This is what they used actually yesterday, and it felt like a little bit of a, you know, power play move, like I'm way better than this team on to do it, but maybe they actually think it's just default good, as they will have Sound Barrier as well. A lot of ways to build Dragon Blade off of this contest, but if they lose this fight without building a lot of it, it feels pretty doomed, and they're going to have to play into the minefield as well.
There's the dive in, looking to try to get on top of Hofak. The Immortality field comes down, minefield as well. They're trying to dissuade the continued forward push, and Mimosa gets caught up in that one. Is he going to be taken down, but not before finding Sanyo, so it's a bloody back and forth with two players dead on either side, but it's both supports for the side of Revati. That being said, they still do snatch up the point first and foremost here.
Dox should have his bubbles back up here, at least one of them. He's going to toss it out here in the Zessen. And they actually can look for a really strong contest here. He's charging up 75%. The Zarya is so difficult to take down right now.
And he's got quite a bit of charge, so that damage is going to have to be respected as he continues to build this one up. Another bubble going to be going through, widely ignored. So energy dropping a bit as Kotaro continuing to just swing around the point. This has been held. Revati, you know, a good recollection here of their players maintaining control at this point, but now Hofak going to be taken out. Kotaro down to about half HP. Amp Matrix expiring. Health bars continue to just go lower and lower as Epic and Hesty will both get taken down. Spam right clicks coming out. 75% of a blade built up here at the moment as Pulse Bomb is used and actually does find Nevis, and that could absolutely be huge here for the side of Revati.
Now, if you guys didn't watch yesterday, as Kotaro here is just going to be very annoying, grab a little bit more. Zessen actually did most of his work bladeless. Like, he did it just with his traditional Genji kit. So even though he's about to have a Dragon Blade here with Bubble on him, we'll need a contest here. We'll need a contest here. Okay. Let's see what he can get done with this blade, because his blades yesterday weren't great. Outside of the blade, he was fantastic.
He's already getting tagged up. There's the TP forward. Throw down on the Suzu to try to keep him alive. Immortality field taken out, but Kotaro able to find Mimosa. Finding the elimination there. HP bars continue to be low, and as the blade gets pulled, the Deadeye is there, and Hofak shuts it down. Sanyo able to find two, however. Hesty and Hofak both going to be eliminated by him. But now with no Dox, there's no one there alongside the Sojourn. He does fall, and that is going to be the second flashpoint now taken, because Revati also got the cap and all the chaos.
Yeah, they got the cap and all the chaos, and let's see where this final, or next one is going to spawn here.
It's an inside track
Yeah.
here, so majority of the team for Pandia can get over to this point.
Yeah, let's see if they can build another blade. They have Graviton Surge, and Zessen will be able to just Swift Strike his way through the entire team and build a ton if they can set one up. But obviously, Immortality Field is going to make it very difficult to win said fight. Let's
Bubbles
see.
out, but widely ignored. Grab just going to be invested on top of it anyway. Rallying, rolling to try to keep everybody alive here. The rail shot doing a hell of a lot of damage as Hessie and Epic go so very low, but Hopeback is still able to find the opening kill. Tanyo dead. He doubles up, finds Mimosa, finds Docs. And that is just going to be them swept under the rug.
I know it's...
Grab be damned. Revati just don't care.
I mean, I know it's silly and it's easy and it's simple, but I gotta just keep giving credit to Hestie because he just keeps pressing Immortality Field on top of big engages and they're winning out. Once again, Graviton Surge goes down, but he's low energy, and he just presses E and says, "Good luck with that." They're gonna actually commit to the Mauga push. Let's see how this goes.
Curious about it. There's the rush forward. Gets pushed actually closer to the support line there as Hessie and Epic both getting tagged up off screen. Pulse bomb in the back pocket here for Harutoon. Looking for a target. Nice dash through. Zessen able to get the isolating kill there onto Hopeback. Dashes back across to find Hessie as well as that Amp Matrix is invested. Harutoon putting that Mauga down for the time being. Warrior swap now coming in for Navis. Looking to just rejoin the squad a little bit faster here. Moves over to that one. Sanyo finds one, but still, it's going to be Revati maintaining control at this point for the time being. 72% already built up. They will finally surrender this over. Pandia, I mean, they have so much work to do here. They have to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, they really do need to do so. Obviously, they're going to have Sound Barrier and Blade for this next defense. Let's see if it goes better than the last one. This Hofak has been such a big threat. Was able to get him with a Deadeye last time around. Blade's out.
Blade is going to be pulled. The Mortality Field used, now cleared out. Zessen finding one. Dash in, gets Hestie. Hofak dies the Docs. A nice investment here of the Blade. Sanyal going to be taken down to the back end here, as Harutoon will have to make his exit ultimately. So the point for now going to be maintained here by Pandia. And I mean, Harutoon, he might die, and he does. Great sniping there from the side of Zessen, just hounding him down, getting those right clicks across. Be able to find the kill and get that added stagger.
Yeah, really nice stagger there. And I mean, Docs on this Mauga, it hasn't really been the main character, but it does have a really high damage output. So you dive with somebody. Okay, Mortality Field out.
Mortality Field out, as is Hestie.
Look at the burst. I mean, it's actually unreal how quickly he can just chew through people when he has that support. When they go for the dive with the Tracer Genji, he's just basically a third DPS in this. I mean, he's not offering much sustain. He's not offering much disruption. He's just straight up tons of layered damage that's hard to deal with here. And it looks like they're going to put a point on the board here. So now 1-2. Pandia turn this one around. Double support ultimates coming up for them pretty soon as well. They will not, however, have the fast track to this next point.
Yeah, Revati going to be able to get over there, but not much faster than Pandia themselves. So as far as getting a defensive setup is concerned, they won't find much of one. Shots opening up. Hessie just getting whittled away as he goes in for the rush down. And that is just going to be the Gulag dropped in. Hessie going to be taken out. Rally pop from Epic, but it's not going to be a damn thing because Zessen is here to play. Dashes through, finding yet another elimination. Hofak sliding out, trying to keep himself in a safe position, but as the Moira rushes forward, right click comes in. They do take him down, and that's going to be Pandia getting the first grab of the point.
Yeah, they commit the cage fight, but it just doesn't... I mean, that's not a critical ultimate for the defense, so I like this a lot. They're actually going to have the rest of their 4 ultimates here for the defense of the next attempt here for Revati, and this Mauga dive is actually super clean. They're playing it very well. I think it's catching Revati off guard, and it took them a while. You know, they were like, maybe we're going to hold on to this. We want to keep it a secret, but they pull it out here when it matters most, and it is working so well so far.
You see, as they try to go on these approaches, the HP bar is getting a little away at some coalescence coming in here. Davis just looking to soften them up a bit, keep the rest of the team alive as the Blade online once more. Tanyo dead off the rip. Zessen slashing. It's the 2-for-1 special into both supports, however. Hessie and Epic both going to be taken out. Mows it down to a sliver of HP, wants to hold on to the sound barrier, wants to keep his life intact, and so far it seems like he is going to be able to do so as the cleanup continues. And yeah, I mean, right now, this dive comp doing wonders for the side of Pandia.
This is the kind of thing that we very rarely see out of the Japanese region, a team that has their own play style, their own really unique take on the meta, and they actually are so well versed on it, they can actually make it work. As Zessen, once again, he did it yesterday, he's doing it again here.
Trying to isolate him, gets that.
He's just so clean.
Really nice movement. Just limit testing perfectly. Sanyo tagged up. Recall going to be popped. Jumps back right out in front. OT going to be forced out here, but Harutoon going to be dead. Can't build up towards that pulse bomb in time. Ends up getting taken down. It seems like Revati at their wits' end here as this point gets ready to get capped. A good opening kill does come through. Hofak trying to keep them in this one with that overclock, but eventually will get taken down. Zessen again coming up with the goods on that Genji. Davis finding Hestie. And ultimately, Kotaro just going to have to go for a quick little reset here and get ready for this final point as Pandia look for the reverse sweep.
All right, we're going all the way to 5 here, and Maga allows you to traverse with this rush down to the point pretty quickly. We're going to be able to get over there as fast as they can, but still not as fast as some of the members here of Revati. Sanyo blinking his way towards it here. And this is the final, I mean, I'm not saying this is the final fight, but this fight will likely determine who is going to win this map because they'll have huge ult advantages. Zessen has been so good at getting on top of Hofak, who doesn't have overclock, is going to be a potential vulnerable target. Sanyo as well, looking for the back line. Catching Hesty before he gets sound barrier would be massive.
Hayabusa not really looking to play this one quietly. Does make his position known. Hofak, however, with a headshot, managing to find him. Takes out Sanyo, taking out that enemy tracer. Zessen will be able to get Epic. Now Mimosa dead. Support's gone, and that means that OWCS got a lot less staying power. Still very tanky, but eventually does fall. And the first point, I should say the first cap here on the final point, goes the way of Revati.
Sound barrier is going to be way more valuable in this type of fight because you need to burst the target down with Pandia's dive comp. If you don't, then Maga just does very little for you. He's not going to be able to turn a fight on its own, and Coalescence just isn't going to be able to compete with Hesty's ultimate there. So this next fight, they need to make really count. The Dragon Blade is going to have to be good as Hofak is getting closer and closer to that overclock. So much damage on the last fight, 72% already.
I mean, as OWCS ready to drop the ult in, you've got 3 ultimates to go really well with it. The Dragon Blade as well as the Pulse Bomb. Speaking of which, Hayabusa using his own, doesn't find anything. Kitsune Rush just buying space, buying some time here for the side of Revati, but it doesn't lead to any kills. So those staggers are not in. Rushdown comes through, just going to be dropping the cage. Looks like he manages to find one target. Kotaro absolutely screwed. No way to get out, no way to survive. He gets taken down. Hayabusa tagged up, Hofak up onto the high ground, trying to build up towards that next overclock, but Moza actually getting the right-click boop kill there onto Hayabusa, taking him out. Hofak does manage to put Zessen down, but the casualties here on his team, they're just going to have to go for the reset. The flip is already in. Pandia now in control, but can they hold it to 100 and steal this map away?
I really favor Pandia here because they are able to get those stagger kills through. They get the capture here as Zessen can get back to the point so quickly compared to the rest of Revati. Will have to regroup themselves and won't have line of sight for Hofak, so his overclock doesn't necessarily mean anything unless they can get onto the point itself. And this allows Sanyo to look for a backline access here. Finds the Wrecking Ball, knows the angle of approach now.
The target that he's going to be looking for. Comes down to that Pulse Bomb as, yep, they're looking to dive onto him. Hesty as well, tagged up once again, and right alongside him, there's Zessen. Finds Epic pile driver from Kotaro. Does manage to get Nevis, but that's about the only positive spin you can put on this one here for the side of Revati is the extended team kill does come through.
I just did not see this composition working, to be honest with you, Achilleos, but it is what is potentially going to bring us to a 5th and final map here in our first series of the day. It is just working out so well. Hofak still has that overclock, but again, he can't get into position to use it because he's just constantly collapsed on each and every time. They have sound barrier this time too, plus Coalescence. He is just going to get burst down. There's no immortality field to save him in this comp.
Okay. So there's the last second. Overclock now going to be rolling through the sound barrier, dropped in as well as the Coalescence. They go rushing forward. Hofak immediately taken out. Sanyo able to find that kill. Now Epic fall into the wayside. Hayabusa trying to stay alive, has a Pulse Bomb in his back pocket, but needs it to go absolutely crazy. They want any hope of starting this one because Hesty now picked off OWCS, finding the elimination. Hayabusa trying to dash forward, now needs to go for the reset, gets the stick across, will be able to take out Zessen. That leaves only Kotaro, and he has no staying power on this point.
Really?
The cap comes in, and it is a reverse sweep here on Saravasa for Pandia to take us all the way over to a Game 5.
Really, really clean gameplay there we saw out of my man OWCS on the Maga, because when you go for these types of dives, you have to use the overrun. That's like the technical ability name. I like to call it stomp. Sometimes we call it rushdown. But he basically just goes in there, looks for the stomp, looks for the stun onto one target. While there's Genji coming through, you have the speed boost coming through from the Lucio. It's really hard to actually deal with that if you don't have an immortality field or if you don't have any peel for the Maga that's just going to run through. And he doesn't have a lot of tools outside of that initial engage to actually do further CC, but he just does a ton of damage so quickly, and he's tanky enough because he's a tank, technically speaking, even though he does a ton of burst damage, that they just can't deal with him. And Hofak just got straight up countered there. I feel like they've been saving this pick, this composition. They didn't want to show it just yet, and then suddenly they're like, all right, we're down 2 capture points here on Flashpoint. Let's force this in, and let's pull it off. They did. And maybe they get the reverse sweep in this series as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking like they're in a really good position. I mean, certainly was unexpected, but the comp was just played so beautifully. I mean, Zessen as well, the Genji plays very smooth that whole way throughout. So the combo, you know, needing to debut it here, maybe, like you said, maybe they wanted to hide that for a little bit longer, go later into the tournament. But I mean, it worked wonders for them. So a reverse sweep on Saravasa to now extend it all the way to Escort to see who's going to be able to take this series. And I don't know. I think it's looking more and more up in the air. If they're going to be able to pull things like that out after not really showing it and just stomp, this could be Pandia taking it away in the end.
Yeah, it could be them. You know, we usually put our front runners into player of the match votes early just so we can let people know what we're thinking, because sometimes we get in the heat of the moment. We don't put that in time.
True.
And now it's
Speaking
like,
of
well,
which,
cancel that, cancel what we were putting in earlier, because it might go the distance. I mean, it is going the distance, but we might see Pandia actually win the series. So this is the matchup today that I knew was likely to be the closest, right? But it's ended up being quite hype, quite interesting. Going all the way to 5 it's awesome. So we're going to see every map type in our first series. Finally, get to see some Escort. And I don't know, what map of Escort would you like to see? Because for me...
Remind myself what the pool is.
Okay, so Circuit Royale, Dorado, Rialto, and Shambali. For me, I want to go to Rialto. I feel like Rialto would be really fun in this meta.
Circuit Royale for me.
Okay.
And not because... I mean, I do like that map, and it often lends itself to sniper play. And that's kind of why I want to see it, because what we're seeing from both of these teams doesn't fully jive with what you would get if it's Circuit Royale. That's where we would kind of see, you know, that substitution coming back in, Totaro like getting subbed out, because Sigma has been so prevalent.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the meta has really changed since the OWL season concluded and everything like that, but I'd be curious to see how these two teams approach it.
What's so cool about this season so far, and you know, we're on live patch, is that nothing is set in stone ever, at least for Japan so far. Like, every single team has their own color, and you don't know 100% what you're going to get on every map, and you might be... You called it. You literally called it last time, even though you weren't like even 100% aware of how good Jung Min-hyuk was on the Winston. And now it's happening again, so I think you might be on the money.
Well, to be perfectly honest, there's actually a decent amount of value you could find on the Sigma on a lot of these different Escort maps. So this doesn't necessarily mean Circuit. This could mean that it's a Winston map as well.
Yeah,
we're going to find
Dorado.
out, because it looks like the map veto has concluded. So let's see where we're going to be going here for our 5th and final map. Waiting with bated breath for them to put it up on my screen. Hey, it's Circuit Royale.
Hey, look at this man. He knows everything about Overwatch. Why does he even need an analyst? He should just solo
Haven't
cast
skipped a beat.
Just solo cast it, man.
Except I forgot where Esperanza was.
Well, I mean, I didn't know either, so we both failed.
You have more of an excuse. You've kind of just been gone.
I was gone, you know. I'm back. I'm here. I'm
Finally
chilling
brought the milk home.
Yeah, finally did. You know, I stepped away from home. I left Achilles out to dry for a little bit, but at least you had Avril to keep you company. Shoutouts to Avril, by the way. I know he's co-streaming it right now, so if you want to check him out, he's on his Twitch stream as well.
Love you, buddy.
Circuit Royale. Final map. It all comes down to this. It has been a banger series. Every single map has traded back. Started with Revati. Pandia took 2. Esperanza went to Revati, and then Pandia brought us to a 5th on Saravasa.
So does this mean that the Honey Factory has a Widowmaker
That's
in
what we're
his
going to
back
find
pocket?
out.
Can he play it at a high level? Is he going to play it? We're going to find out. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, our first map 5 here of Overwatch Champions Series Japan. Let's jump into it. Circuit Royale to determine which of these teams is going to be victorious. All right, let's start getting a glimpse. For now, it is going to be the hovers here on the Widowmakers, as well as the Sigmas on both sides.
Race cars.
Excellent commentary.
Look, I mean, if you just know everything, you predicted the Widowmaker's was going to come out, you knew the sub was going to come there, and I'm just like, well, I'm just over here, like, I'm going to play.
Was race cars.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is race cars. That's all I got left, you know?
You're like the Isle of Turtles kid.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I got, Achilles. He's doing both roles over here, you know?
All right, well, we'll see if the...
I'm catching up to you, okay? It's been a while.
We'll see if the makeup artist can paint your face white and black so you can really match him. But let's see how this looks, because it's going to be a little slightly different flavor here. We got the double sniper here from the side of Revati with the Hanzo backing him up. Gives him that extra little bit of shield break to try to work through those projected barriers.
Yeah, tank bust, shield break, super good here for Harutun if he can actually be accurate with those as the cart is rolling out here towards the first point. Pandia, see how much value Sanyo can get on this Sojourn because he's usually the Tracer player. It's our first time seeing him off the Tracer this tournament. And so we just have questions about how good he is on this pick.
Disrupting shot on the low ground, but look at that hit over onto Nevis, taking him down so very low. Lucky to be alive. He's going to be keeping his life intact, but already that high ground getting surrendered over. There's an opportunity here for Pandia to try to break through, but it needs to start with an opening pick, which is what Zestin's going to be looking for.
Opportunity.
Grapple up over the top, looking for a target. Just going to be putting one in, and then, the second drop down. It does manage to find Epic with a headshot kill. Hovak, however, answering back, taking away one of the DPS players on the side of Pandia. Sanyo does fall, looks for a little bit more. So we'll tag Zestin down to half HP.
Discorded, so has to back off, out of line of sight. And it's just pop-up opportunities here around the corner over and over again.
All the knockdown, but the Immortality Field invested. Hesti helping to keep Minhyuk alive for the time being. He's answering accretion around the corner. Just a bit of back and forth here between these two Sigmas, but the card continuing to get closer and closer to that point A cap. Low HP bars out here as Mimosa going to be taken down. Pop that Amp Matrix, needs his teammates to try to take advantage of that one, but it's going to be Hovak finding Zestin. So far, they're really only able to get the two in the front line, but as I say, that Sanyo pushing up on top of the staircase, getting himself up onto the high ground, finds Epic, and the cap comes in.
Yeah, cap does come in, and now they have control here of this choke point here, and we'll be able to push this cart freely. Not really easy to contest here. Now the defender has a disadvantage when you move past A on Circuit Royale because you are peeking out of a choke point where they have long range Widowmaker looking to take your head off, so you kind of have to operate around the cart pushing through here. As you can see now.
Got a nice lead built up. Now Flux online. Doc's going to be popping that, pick them up here into the air. They don't have that Transcendence. And no Immortality Field either, so Dox scoops up 2 kills. Navis getting some revenge, getting that nice little headshot snipe across over onto Hovak. And the cart in the meantime has just been steadily moving forward and working its way up the ramp over towards B. And already with a very massive time bank, Pandia are about to bolster that even more.
I think they really got impatient there. They probably should have just tried to wait or come out earlier than they did, and then they just came out, lost Immortality Field, then got ulted without Trance.
I think I'm
pretty
trying to
basic.
contest this. So the answer is going to be yes. They are going to be pushing forward. Overclock popped here from Sanyo. Looking for a target. Flux goes in, gets the pickup. Transcendence going to be popped. Everybody stays alive here on either side, but Minhyuk taken down very dangerously low at half HP. Inversight now rolling through from Zestin. Just trying to get these headshots to connect. Just trying to weave these around that projected barrier. Takes him low, but can't quite make it happen. But with that final dink, Navis will be able to go ahead and scoop the kill. Epic is at the same time going to be taken out. As the cleanup continues, Sanyo on with 3 kills. And the cart will glide its way in towards B with another little team kill coming in. So just shy of 5 minutes in the time bank here for Pandia.
Yeah, really nice shield break there. Popping off, getting that done. Getting Zestin the opportunity, and I mean the time bank is massive, as you mentioned. Revati making a critical mistake in terms of how they contested the first time. The second time was just a wash, and now the cart's going to roll freely again as they do not have Epic's ultimate anymore. See if we can get line of sight here for Hovak. Once again, they're trying to break these shields works better if you actually have control, if you're winning team fights consistently. Otherwise, you're kind of just hoping, and that's kind of what Harutun has been doing this entire game so far.
And again, they're trying to contest for the outside here.
Yeah.
Continuing to play on this high ground, but the cart is just moving up the final corner. And this is a spot where you can gain control and you can drain the time bank down considerably, but they need to find that control first. They need to get some semblance of it. And an Amp Matrix in that window is not going to be good enough, really, to get it for you.
Yeah, they just don't get a good angle, and they didn't use the window early enough.
And they've forgotten about Zessin.
Oh, boy. Never forget about Zessin.
All right, well, they have, and he finds the opening kill. Harutun taken down. Amp Matrix was also committed there in that fight, and you can see the drop down now that it gets into the final antechamber of point C. They do have some control here on the side of Revati. The Dox is looking to break through that one. He sends down the Flux. Minhyuk going to be taken out midair. Sanyo able to find that kill. Shielding coming through as Navis going to be the only casualty thus far on the side of Pandia, but now Harutun going to be gone. It's just the supports left, and they just have no legs to stand on. The cleanup does continue, and Minhyuk cannot get here fast enough. So it's going to be 3 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the time bank. I mean, Pandia just ran away with this.
This does not seem like a comfortable map for Revati. They do not seem...
And they had veto priority coming into this.
They did not seem like they were very prepared for this one. They tried to run the Hanzo shield break, which I think will be a lot easier to pull off on attack, and I think they'll probably stick with it. But they just never were able to gain line of sight. The timings at which they decided to contest the choke point after A, for example, was really sloppy, and then didn't know how to play around the outer part and the window. We're kind of bouncing back and forth at the wrong timings, just allowing Zessen to have free reign. When they did try to contest the window, he just wrapped around. No protection there, leaving the shield up at awkward moments. And I mean, Revati, at the beginning of this series, looked like the far better team. We saw Pandia come out with a really cool strategy on Flashpoint to bring us to this 5th map, and now Revati looking a little bit lost. Let's hope their attack is stronger than what we saw on the defense, because this is arguably our most one-sided map of the night so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely and utterly dominant. I mean, you know, shades of what Revati was doing to Pandia on Control, but even then we had Pandia start to fight back at least a little bit in the second round.
Yeah, Heartune, I don't think that's going to give you good luck. I'm actually not, I don't know if that's going to give you the blessing of the map either. That's a little bit of disgrace, okay, to the Omnics.
This is how you get just bad service.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Well,
it's okay, you can do it every once.
Now they need to have one hell of an attack.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Let's see how much value Haratune gets on this Hanzo. You know, watching the Widow is always the exciting part, but I'm also curious if he can just break these shields and give Hofak the opportunity. We'll get around this corner so far fairly freely, and then that's where the fireworks are going to fly. Waiting for the pop-up. Zessen's so well predicting this.
And he nearly dies for it.
That was a close call.
Yeah, very nice shot from Hofak, but didn't have the full charge, so cannot get that elimination instantly. So Zessen can breathe a sigh of relief as he gets to live on. Has to backpedal a little bit, pulling away as Haratune will be able to find an opening kill. Sanyo taken down, and it feels like, honestly, not trying to be mean, it feels like that was his first kill of the map.
Yeah, it might have been, actually. Epic, good position there, will avoid some of that damage as trying to get around this corner here. Immortality Field is going to be down now on the attack, and that's an opportunity for Sanyo to maybe look for a big flank angle here or Dox to push through. Just playing it very slowly, very patient here from Pandia.
Decent damage. Yep, there's the setup, the Storm Arrow to whittle him down, and Hofak there for the finisher. Mavis does get eliminated. A lot less staying power now.
It's a really unique angle here, but not getting the squishy targets.
In these maps, the Sigma's in play. You gotta be very creative and limited when it comes down to your sight lines. Got a little bit of damage, but nothing else really found. Hofak this time though, getting the better of him, finds him with a headshot, taking him down. As Haratune picking up 2 more quick kills. Dox and Moza both gonna be eliminated. Sanyo to die on the back end of that one. And, you know, somewhat similar time banks, 15 seconds separated between the cap that we saw from Pandia. So it seems like maybe both these teams just attacker-sided teams.
Attack-sided teams. Okay, look at this move up here by Tommy Hug. He's actually going to control this choke and prevent them from coming out early and try to build the last part of his flux, because they also have that Zenyatta ultimate. So similar ult advantages to what Pandia had on their attack. But Pandia groups up faster than Revati did on their defense. Let's see if they can actually stop this archway from being taken. Dragon Strike's really going to help out, going to force out that Immortality Field.
Immortality Field force, buys them a little bit of space, but now the Flux is going to come into play. Dox picking them up here into the air, looking for the accretion on the cancel, can't find it, but the Transcendence is there from Epic to go ahead and keep everybody else alive. Now answering, Flux coming through, and Nevis is just 1% away from having his own ult. Now he's going to be popping it. They don't kill Dox fast enough. Overclock going to be invested with a headshot from Hofak, shuts down Sanyo. Finding a much-needed kill, trying to get the flick over to get rid of Nevis once more. But now it's just playing on an angle where he could realistically only shoot them in the feet. Dox, however, going to be taken down. And the damage continues as Jason is trying to find something, but diving around the corner is Haratune. He managed to find the headshot.
That was really huge, the shot there from Hofak after the during the trance there to guarantee the kill. Otherwise, they probably would have lost control of the point, and that's actually going to be second cap coming through here.
Dude, Nevis was frontlining for way longer than he should have been allowed to.
Yeah,
I don't know. He almost killed Minyuk. I wasn't sure how he was staying alive there, but does eventually fall. And
once again,
it's just shy of 5 minutes remaining here, so this is going to be a battle of who has the larger time bank realistically, unless Pandia can go on some monstrous hold.
Well, I mean, the control here on the outside actually going straight to Revati here. I mean, they are very much looking much more comfortable on the attack here. Dragon Strike angle is good.
Yep. Trying to cut them off on the stairs, but they already managed to slink their way down this one. But now the dive forward. I mean, look at Epic. He is just looking to chase in on top of Sanyo. They force him all the way back. Cart still inching forward, getting ready to round the final corner here. Amp Matrix from Mimosa should be able to buy them a bit of space. And Young trying to stay alive, but it's actually going to be Epic trying to come and bail out his Sigma player that ends up getting caught up in the crossfires. If he gets taken out, Minhyuk now will fall, and this is going to be the first semblance of control that we've really seen from either team on the defense.
Yeah, defense finally coming up big here, and this is almost guaranteeing Pandia is going to have, worst case scenario, the better time bank here. Revati also getting the stagger death here onto Harutun is not what you want to see. So time is ticking down here. Transcendence advantage for Pandia as well means they probably should, with this Flux coming up, have one more defense as well. And this is really going to hurt Revati's time bank if they capture the point at all, if they finish the map at all. So really important opportunity here for Hofak to maybe get a pick and actually change that narrative, because he's really the only one who can do it.
Resetting now. Transcendence, Navis, the Flux nearly there from Minhyuk. Epic a little bit further behind on his support ult. As we just start duking it out over here on Coast side, pushing onto the corner of the accretion, getting the connection with Discord Orbs, just helping whittle away at Dox's HP bar, but Sanya with a rail shot, able to take down Hartun. Continue to push forward. He's just trying to force Hofak off this angle, and it will have worked. Card again, getting inched up, working its way around the corner, but for now, even if the cap does come in, Pandia are going to have a pretty decent, significant advantage here for themselves. The Flux gets dropped in. Immortality Field going to be cleared up on the back end. Hesty's still not at full HP. The Transcendence now going to be coming in from Epic. They're trying to keep him alive with the rail shot from Sanyo. It's just a little bit faster than that healing throughput is. He gets taken down. Pandia maintaining control here as Revati just forced the backpedal once again. Yeah,
really nice rail shots here from Sanyo. We had questions about this Sojourn coming into this. He's looking very good right now. And looks like the cleanup is going to come through here. A lot of commitment by Revati. Very awkward and disjointed, and they're going to lose so much time from this.
I mean, not only are they losing time, like, sure, Minhyuk is not dying, but Dox is just auto-attacking the ever-loving hell out of him, and he's building up towards another Flux.
Yeah, he's got half a Flux already. And, I mean, Sanyo destroyed Epic's Transcendence value because, as you mentioned, the healing isn't fast enough to stop that railgun damage. They're going to have window here as well. And they have outside control. So they have outer control and they split their window control, something Revati did not do on their defense. And it's starting to look a little bit grim here for Revati.
Okay, Dragon Strike to try to cut off. Retreat angle here for the side of Dogs, and it has worked as he just manages to kind of tip back into that one. He gets taken down. Now somebody needs to try to hold the cart. 2 meters left to go. Navis now going to fall, and it seems like we might be going to extra innings as Hesty will find Sanyo. Mimosa will get taken down. The cleanup comes in, and it's good old classic Circuit Royale. We're going to OT.
Well, I mean, it certainly feels classic. At the same time, though, while I like the defensive set there for Pandia on the final push because they had the outer controlled and they had the windows that were split, they didn't really have anyone to contest the card itself. And once the Dragon Strike actually secured the kill onto Dox, that was basically GG on that one. But still, as we talked about a lot there with some of those successful defenses there on the third point, they end up with a much better time bank, nearly double here of what their opponents have. So very much a really solid position here for Pandia in terms of that bank. Let's see what their defense is going to look like this time around on the first point, because Revati did steamroll this part at least.
Yeah, I mean, both teams getting, basically to be unhindered. But I'm curious, Doc's pushing into that Dragon Strike. I'm wondering if he thought either that the animation had gone past his character model already, or if Mimosa was calling, like, I have an immortality field on the other side of this Dragon Strike, just rotate to me. He thought maybe I have enough HP to survive this, to get into the immortality field, and then just didn't. Either way, unfortunate, and does break things open there for Revati to get the finish.
Yeah, everybody's had that moment with Dragon Strike where you think you've seen the worst of it, and then you're like, wait, how did that clip me? How did I die? Definitely can happen, as that's really what was the backbreaker there on the push at least. But as mentioned, better time bank here. Let's see how this first defense goes.
Expecting him off on that right-hand side. Zessen with a good read, but can't quite find the headshot.
Yeah, let's see if it can find the second one here as the cart does roll around the corner.
Disrupt the shot, just waiting this out. Waiting for their opportunity to start pushing back around the corner. Barrier's going to be broken down very quickly on either side. Accretion going to be dodged out.
Immortality field down.
One key piece of util now taken away here from the side of Revati. And they just have a minute remaining now.
A lot of ult build here for Hesty, so he's got a pretty big advantage there. This is risky.
The push is going to have to be explosive from them if they want to be able to make it over to A. Storm Arrow's just going to be canceled out there from Haratun not finding much of anything, but good damage on the docks here in the front line. Disrupting shot again, going to be coming in, and Sanyo building up the rail, managing to find Epic, and now Minhyuk going to be taken out. 38 seconds, a chance for a reset, but they need to die right now. As OWCS will be able to find one as a bit of a parting gift, but he goes down to the back end, so this is going to be very narrow margins for Revati to try to work with.
It looked like a mistake from Dox at first. I was like, man, he's pushing up way too far, but he just absorbs all the damage, all the cooldowns, and then Sanyo just pops around and does the damage there with Zestin, and they crush it, and he lives. Now he's almost got a Flux online, 12 seconds to go.
Barrier blocks the accretion, but yeah, the Flux just being built up with every single left click that he sends out here. Time now, completely gone from the side of Revati. Need to make it to A if they possibly can. Hesty playing off the back of that little recon shot there from Navis, able to find the pick off here onto the enemy Zenyatta.
Flux.
As there's the Flux, picking him up into the air. Haratun going to be taken down. Sunny with a rail shot, able to finish him off. He himself, though, getting tagged lower and lower. Discord Orb sat on him, but he doesn't care. Still managing to find another elimination. Hesty gets eliminated, taken down, and that will be the cleanup. Coming through as the clock drains down to 0, so just a bit in front of point A is as far as Revati can make it here in overtime. Pandia with a very obtainable win condition.
What a crushing feeling Revati must have right now after having a pretty good grasp over the series, had momentum several times, and then suddenly, you know, you make one mistake on your attack here, you had a bit of a lackluster defense, or lackluster attack rather, and you end up with a worse time bank, and you're crushed here, and now you're like, we have to hold for 3 minutes, 23 seconds in order to win this series after what has been a very long one. You know, 2-hour series here, very back and forth, but we're going to have to see a performance of a lifetime here out of OWCS. And they're sticking with this Hanzo once again. They really want to make this work. They really want to force this. And I feel like while there have been times in which this has looked pretty good, I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Like, we saw that one mistake from Dox earlier, right? We've seen some good shield break, but it just doesn't seem to have the same sort of extra damage that the railgun is going to offer you that can even burst through trance.
I mean, Haratun needs to go out there and do his best Jimmy impersonation that he possibly can. I think everybody knows what I mean by that.
Yes.
This Hanzo needs to be a really big piece of this defense.
I hope everybody knows what you mean by that.
They don't, almost certainly do. Sanyo going to be knocked down about half HP, but quickly topped back up. So OWCS just going to be backpedaling. Way too risky to try to play the forward corner here from Revati.
All right, let's see Haratun, see how much value you can get. Look at this angle.
What is this move? I mean, Sanyo just sliding across the street. Going to try to put some damage in. Going to grasp, getting a bit of shielding there for Minhyuk.
I was so greedy, but it worked out.
Oh, but Nevis was also pushed forward, ends up getting taken out. The Storm Arrows working him low. The kill comes in, so time bought. As the pop-up comes in, and oh! Zestin thinking that he was in the clear, thinking that OWCS was going to be back down on the floor. Gets that shot, and look at Haratun just coming up huge. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
3 kills to clean up on that Immortality field. That's the kind of impact that it needs to have if they actually want to close this.
He cleans it out so well, so clean. And at this point, for Pandia, you know, Sanyo, his initial play looked good, but ended up losing a lot of control off the backside there. OWCS down already, though. He's the one they need.
Sanyo with a headshot. Huge opening here. One that forces Revati way back around the corner. Some more space can be taken here by Pandia. Start rounding that wide final corner. Body shot in. Nave's taking another half HP. Card getting closer and closer. He's got eyes on Zestin, but just is not able to take him down. Looking for a little bit more there. Zestin able to find Hesty. Hit the floor.
OWCS back.
He re-arrives. He's managing rather to find an opening kill. Epic getting Mimosa on the opposite side, but that's going to be the front line. One of the supports gone for this team here. Revati falling apart, and as that accretion stops him from grappling forward, he would have been dead either way. It is going to be Pandia taking the series 3-2.
Very big turnaround here, and they will take it in the end. It looked like maybe if OWCS was getting back a little bit faster, he gets that kill. If they could have kept the tank line alive, they would have been able to defend, but time bank was the issue. The push was very weak, and Pandia just way better at Circuit Royale, and That's going to be the deciding factor here in this one. And in my opinion, it still was our most one-sided map, even though it did go to overtime, because that's how this map often goes. It was just a way better time bank, way better defense. And Pandia going to win the back-to-back here. One of these teams was going to do it, right? They both took 3-0s yesterday, and it's just going to be the one extra map advantage here today, +1 in the second win.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, big things to work on for both of these teams. Circuit Royale, next time you go into a map veto, if you're going to be going the distance there, I think Revati going to be thinking a little bit differently about whether or not, they want to leave that one open or if they do want to play it. I mean, there were some nice moments throughout there, Hofak at the end with some good Widow shots and whatnot, but the attacking side certainly is something that's going to need to be
reevaluated
a little
for
bit.
Sure. Yeah.
Or rather, the defense on the first 2 points, rather, is going to be...
The defense there on the first 2 points was a little bit rough. Weird recontest timings with the Hanzo trying to bust the tanks and failing, and then giving such a huge time bank is a big issue. Player of the match, a bit of a tough call on this one for me. Like, I went Zessen ultimately because I think he was the one who saved it and brought it to the 5th one with the Genji play that we saw there. His play obviously pretty good, but Sanyo, pretty good series, honestly. And I think he had a really good Tracer performance as well, so I think it's going to be one of those two.
I think we're about to find out as we'll get ready to see who that player of the match is, in fact, going to be. Because I was there alongside you. I did go for Zessen, so I will find out in a brief little moment if he was able to win the award. Because
if the English cast can control the votes.
If we can. Can we maintain control, or has it been wrested away from us? Time will tell.
Time will tell. Once we get that player of the match up, we'll let you guys know who it in fact is. Until then, we can only speculate.
But yeah, I mean, I think that widely, everybody up until Flashpoint was having a pretty rough time overall. Even with Blizzard World, we weren't seeing too many real big standout explosive performances. But as soon as we did get over to Saravasa, that's where we saw Zessen just picking up that Genji and finding an immense amount of impact. So for me, that combined with some of the great openings that he found on the Widowmaker, that's what kind of led me to voting for him. So
yeah, same. And I think if you're Revati, you're really kicking yourself for some of the hard-forced composition decisions you made, especially on Blizzard World earlier on in the series, because had you just been a little bit more willing to swap, had you been a little bit more flexible, you might not have gone to 5 in the first place. You might have been able to close with an out 3-1 and wouldn't have even had to play that final map. So I'm not sure if POTM is coming or not.
I believe it is.
But no updates on that just yet, but that is what we were waiting for, I believe, for you guys. So thanks for your patience.
Yeah. We'll see who's going to be. You're saying something in my ear. I didn't quite hear the call because we were having a conversation.
Sorry, my bad.
So I might have missed something.
I'm trolling Achilles all the time, so he can't hear what the PD is telling him. That's what I do.
Okay. Seems like our player of the match is ready to go.
It is Zessen. Every time I see this, it trolls me because it looks like the end looks like an A.
Yeah, But it is.
It happened to me yesterday, too. I'm like, Zessia, wait, that's not a player.
Well, Zessen getting the win. It's Pandia. That's why you're thinking of Zessia,
yes, exactly.
Pandia. I see how it's coming together in your brain right there. But I mean, there were, of course, some good moments as well from the Echo. But we were seeing some pretty regular punishment coming through from the likes of Hofak. He was just running away with it widely when it came down to the Cassidy. But as soon as he went over to this, I mean, the whole comp change overall was just absolutely brilliant. I think it completely flabbergasted and just caught their enemies by surprise here, because that's where things just started really spiraling from the side of Revati. So
it just seemed like a great answer to the Cassidy, and they were able to pull it off. And obviously here they got the big outclass on the final map as well of Circuit Royale, where they just looked way more comfortable on it. But Zessen, those 2 last maps, I think solidifying him for everybody. I don't know exactly what the vote count was, but I imagine he got a large majority.
Yeah, I think that this was a pretty straightforward one overall. I mean, you could have made, like you said, a bit of an argument for Sanyo at the end. Maybe even Docs.
Yeah, Docs was my probably second.
Yeah, coming out with them out, that was looking pretty good. So I think you could have gone a couple different ways with this one. But overall, for Pandia, can hold their heads high, got this win. But now we have to get ready to go into our second series, because we've got 2 more to be played out here today. So we're going to go to a quick little break. And when we come back, we'll jump into that action. So don't go anywhere. are back. It's time to go into our second series here of the evening on day number 2 of Japan. And already, bit of a banger series to start the day. We got all the way to 5 games, all the way to 5 maps, I should say. And yeah, it was pretty cool to see Pandia be able to close things out after looking like it was going to be a bit of a stomp at the beginning.
Yeah, it did have a really big turnaround and a really cool, Mauga composition there to kind of bring us to 5, which I just didn't think we were going to see any of that. I didn't think the hero was viable, but actually, if you have dive that clean, maybe can pull it off.
Yeah, and they did. But now we get ready to go into our second series. This is going to be Varrel going up against Hayabusa. See if Hayabusa can have a bit of a redemption today.
Yeah, just to contextualize this for everyone, Varrel is probably the best team in Japan, best team in this tournament, has been the best team in Japan for a while, and their opponents, Hayabusa, got 3-0'd by Pandia yesterday. So just to contextualize this, we might have another stomp on our hands, because we did see Varrel absolutely crush yesterday, 3-0 fastest series of the day. And I think for a while, we might just see some of that because they're just so good. They've already have pre-existing synergy. They played with each other for so long that this team is the team right now in Japan.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to hold the candle to this one at all, or if Varrel is just going to, in fact, run away with the series, as I think we'll get ready to take a look here at the rosters very quickly.
Yeah, I want to see the rosters because I do want to see who is starting today for both of these squads, because they both do have subs, and we could see Varrel, expand and use more of their roster. We could also see Hayabusa, what DPS they are going to be playing, because there's some stuff we could talk about there. Once that is ready, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an extended team roster here for both of these squads. But
As we'll remind everyone of the schedule, of course. Varrel coming up here against Hayabusa. We did see that 3-2 you just mentioned earlier. And then our last matchup of the night after this will be SixBlow finally playing here. They didn't play yesterday. And Namekuji brothers were the victims of Varrel yesterday. Let's see if they can bounce back. Really tough schedule for them going Varrel straight into SixBlow. It is not going to be an easy first week.
Yep, could very well be a bit of a roughie here for them, but let's go ahead and take a look at the roster for the side of Varrel, see what they're going to be bringing to the table here today.
All right, so Plankton and Mihawk just on the sign here will be mint to start for support. Kyuki having a fantastic performance yesterday. He and Nico really crushed it. KSG also just looking way better than his counterpart, so not surprising to see this roster come through here again. I want to see if this roster can be pushed to the brink today, because yesterday they just kind of rolled over. It's hard to even judge a team that's that dominant with how much we saw from them yesterday, like what their weak points are. Do they have any?
Well, we'll see if there's going to be any exploitable weaknesses here, though, is Hayabusa Gaming. We'll see if they're going to be up to the task.
Okay, I thought maybe Fragre would be on the bench today because he had some really tough times yesterday trying to stay on the Sombra, trying to force that, not finding a lot of value. Looked much better on Tracer. I thought maybe Langley would come in today just because of that, but he's going to be still on the roster. Bellaboo also here starting, the Korean player on this one. And then Alexander and Jin, the supports we saw yesterday coming back. Jin looked pretty good. I think Jin on Zenyatta as well, like he kind of popped off a little bit, got a few headshots, were able to get a few snipes during that series against Pandia yesterday, so look out for this guy.
Well, we'll see if Varrel are going to be able to dodge out any of that Zenyatta util, or if he's going to have a similarly impactful performance. But I mean, based on what you're saying, based on what was seen just yesterday, needs to have everybody on the same page and kind of firing at similar levels to be able to take this one down, because it could be a rough one.
It very likely will be, but time will tell, and I expect Varrel will have a very dominant performance to start things off. But we're going to once again Samoa. They banned Ilios, and then we saw a ban on Lijiang Tower there by Hayabusa. So back-to-back Samoas here.
Back-to-back. And we were talking about it earlier. There's like an Indian place across the street. Like, I want a samosa. That sounds amazing right now.
Killer's getting hungry.
I am
Five
getting
Gamer
hungry.
took a lot out of my boy.
I've got another half of a Subway sandwich. That's about what I'm working with today. No Wendy's for me.
No Wendy's.
The surge pricing is... Have you seen this? This is the thing that they're doing now?
No, I don't know about this.
They're going to do surge pricing. So when it's in demand, the price goes up for your already way too expensive...
Wendy's?
Yeah. Your way too expensive
Baconator. Just for
Baconator.
a square hamburger?
Oh, you want a Baconator at 4 p.m.? It's going to be $16 now, good sir.
That's insane. What happened to my home country?
It's been going down the drain. Anyway, let's see what happens, as we are going to be starting things off with Samoa for control. as the game is ready to go. So we will go ahead and jump into the action. Varrel versus Hayabusa. Let's see who draws first blood. I can tell I genuinely caught you off guard with the Wendy's comment.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I didn't see that one coming. By the way, if any Wendy's reps are out there, we still love you. Please sponsor us.
Oh, I mean, hey, look, I'll do anything for free food. Just about. But I'm not paying those surge prices.
Yeah, well.
Unless you take the default rates way down, and then when it surges, it goes up to a normal. But otherwise, absolutely not. We do have some differences, though.
Yep, Doomfist for KSG. Played this a little bit yesterday, and it is going to be a Doomfist with some Kitsune Rush to back it up with the Kiriko coming through, and it's just going to be Tracer and Echo. Same thing on the side of Varrel, except they're running Brigida with this, interestingly enough, and the Wrecking Ball. Not 100% sure all about that Brigida here in this composition. Let's see what Alexander can do.
Okay, well, Fragray just kind of getting caught out in the open, ends up getting taken down by Kyuki. And Jin's well quick to follow, as it looks like for now. Bit of a slaughter here on their hands. Hayabusa rushing forward.
Yeah, unfortunately, DPS war just goes straight over here, as the UI is
Oh,
actually
yeah, sorry.
incorrect.
We have this. Yeah, we do have this flipped. For a second, I was like, am I going crazy?
No, Varrel won the fight. Just Hayabusa's name's above them for some reason, but we'll get that fixed for you guys as soon as possible. Either way, DPS went down. Alexander isolated here. Now they're going to look for the recontest.
Let's see if we can find it here. A lot of this is going to come down to these engages, from Bellaboo. Try to have the follow-up from Villia. To try to open things up a bit, find a nice pick, but for now, still is going to be struggling. But as I say, that Villia is going to be able to come away with one kill, as Q-Loud will get taken down, but Nico and QK coming up with ones of their own. Pulse Bomb invested. No kill to be found there from Nico, but Varrel still widely going to be holding the line here as we have fixed the UI. Thank you, production.
Yep, that's all fixed and good to go. Jin, I'm telling you, watch out for this guy's snipes. He takes out QK here. Now they have a man advantage here to try to recontest.
Oh, but rough spot to be in. Villia ends up getting hounded down. Kill is found. Recall not available here from the side of Nico as he gets beaten and battered away just a little bit, but the supports come in to rescue him, and he gets bailed out of a bad situation. Now Jin quite far forward, sending out that Discord orb, but Nico just dashing in behind him, finding that elimination, looking for the melee hit. We'll be able to get it. Alexander now out of the fight, and it is just going to be Varrel very much running away with this opening round here of Samoa.
I just really have to continue to question the Brigida pick here, as unfortunate.
Had the stick, but then it's just Q-Loud there to save him.
Easy peasy, Suzu power. The Brigida is actually getting completely overwhelmed, despite the fact that it's one of the answers to the Tracer here, and Nico just has free reign, so maybe after this rally a swap would be advised, but oh wait, it's 85%. There's no time to swap. Yeah,
no time to swap at all. Nice whip shot, does stop the dive in there on the seismic slam from KSG, but Jin again already going to be taken down. Villia only able to find Min so far, and that does get rid of that sound barrier here from the fight, and Q-Loud will also fall. It's Villia trying desperately to keep them in this one, but point still ticking up. 99% going to be achieved, but Nico just is ripping them to shreds. Looking for the back cap here is Bellaboo, but eventually he is going to be found out, and now is going to be in a pretty rough spot where he cannot survive. The beam will come down. They will take him out. Rally rolling from it. Alexander, but the pulse bomb's there from Nico instantly to go ahead and punish that one. And with his own back coming through, no one can touch. So even with the dupe, Fragray unable to make it back over. So it's going to be 100-0
that
to close out the opening round.
Achilles, that might have been like flooded deadlift territory for a winning, crushing team for how many final blows Nico had on that, because he got like every single kill on the first round. I mean, not every single one, but it really did feel like he did. I mean, just watch this guy rush through the back line and take everybody out here. The man is insane. And I mean, this isn't even the best of them, right? This is the cap, of course, after he, they cleaned up the fight. But one time he gets on the back and kills Alexander just straight up in a 1v1. Kind of insane plays on this Tracer. The guy is popping off. And Fragray back onto the Sombra. A little bit worrying. Did not have great performances yesterday. Let's see if he can change that today.
Onto the Sombra for Fragray, and KSG going over onto the Junker Queen.
Yeah, changing it up quite substantially here. Heal deny can be quite big, and it feels pretty good into Brigida as well.
I mean, if you can get the opening gap on the point, having the enemy team needing to play into you, this, one kind of operating a bit like City Center on Oasis, that Junker Queen can find more value. And widely will come down to how they pilot this one. So for now, neutral fights opening up. It's Fragray just trying to see what he can farm up here. try to get that ult online.
All right. First cap coming over here. Kyuki going for the threat.
Oh, the dive into the back line. Kyuki doesn't even need the sticky bombs. Just finishes them off there with a nice little headshot. Nico as well, getting a piece, getting 2 pieces, in fact. Double dipping. As Fragre and Alexander will both fall. Now just the roll back as Bellaboo does manage to make it back into the dropship, and Alexander's going to be swapping over onto a Moira.
Nico is just absolutely having his way with Hayabusa, man. There's just nobody stopping this man. And he hasn't really been forced to defensively recall. He's not under any threats right now. Fragre's not finding him. He's not dueling with Villia. He is just killing the front line over and over and over again and then getting onto the supports. Fragre, let's see how much ult charge you can actually build on this, because you need to rush that as soon as possible to get value out of Sombra or potentially get a health pack to allow your team to win that frontline battle, but he's doing neither.
It's been pretty slow moving. Now Jin, though, getting identified, getting spotted out, and he's going to get taken down. Missed the health pack, so doesn't get pushed back up. Pulse bomb in, helping to just try to take Bellaboo a little bit lower. He does manage to survive for a little bit longer, but Nico dashing forward, finding Alexander. Fragre will be able to come away with 1 kill as Mint gets dropped. Nico, however, even without the recall, stands his ground, gets the heals, they stay alive, and it's 60% already on the board here for Varrel.
Bold didn't need the recall, knew he didn't need the recall, didn't use it, didn't commit it. Fragre got 66%. And that's the same as the enemy capture at this point, so that's not a good sign, as Villia going to swap over to Cassidy as well, see if he can get this long-range poke to work through.
Well, up and over the top here is Kyuki. He does have that dupe if he needs a bit of a bailout, but right now it is a steamroll. Mint running it down that Cassidy. The knife goes in. KSG rips it out. Fragre dead. As the cleanup continues, QLoud the only casualty here on the side of Varrel as Bellaboo comes away with 1, but then just has to once again rotate back over into the dropship and even gets pulled out of that.
Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of a disastrous attempt here, especially if Varrel can get KSG's ult to work.
They say hello, go pushing forward as the rush continues.
Does he even need it?
I don't even think he needs the rampage here. Will be a bit of a back cap attempt here as Bellaboo and Fragre, the last 2 players alive, just sat on the point of the EMP, finally going to be built up, and as he tries to pull the trigger, QLoud will be able to take him down with the Moira. Is holding that right click, finding the elimination, quick little fade out, dodges the pile driver. The kills come in, and it's just going to be one after the other diving onto the point and getting bled dry. 100-0 and 100-0. Varrel very handedly taking down Hayabusa here on Samoa.
Well, Nico, he had a fun time, didn't he, Achilleos? He really did. He found the supports and he killed them. Sometimes he found the tanks and helped kill them. It took a little bit longer than killing the supports, but he killed them. He found the DPS, he killed them too. Anyone he encountered, he was killing them. Was he blinking that much? You know, a little bit to get into range. Was he recalling that much? No, not really. He just he wasn't under any threat. So
yeah,
he just absolutely ran away with it by himself, straight up. And the late swap to the Sombra wasn't really going to be ult efficient, as Sombra often needs to be. And with the threats they were dealing with, it's really hard to actually get hack value. And I mean, you can hack a Wrecking Ball, and then, you know, if you have the follow up and your team is coordinated enough, maybe help burst him down or push him out of the neutral. A little bit tougher to do in a Junker Queen, who even got a knife kill onto him. So it's looking like it might be a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to talk about Samoa anymore. I think that what's done is done. We witnessed everything that would have needed to be said, so we can just get ready to see what this next map video is going to be looking like as we get ready to go into hybrid.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where I'd want to go if I was Hayabusa here.
Home.
Besides that, because they're playing from home, Achilleos. It's an online tournament.
Might have a team house.
They might. So it's either Blizzard World, Kings Row, Midtown, or Hollywood. So yeah, maybe going home. Maybe Midtown, honestly, as Hollywood sounds really rough. Kings Row seems like it could be, if it's just really coordinated dive with a Tracer, a Sojourn, could be disastrous. Blizzard World, maybe they have a cool strat prepared.
The problem is there's not really anything in this pool, or just generally, that is really going to force somebody off of the Tracer. And if Nico's going to keep being able to just do that, then you're going to have a rough time almost no matter where you go.
And they even were running the Brig, and it just didn't matter. Like, the Brigida's...
Well, I mean, ultimately, what are you going to do? I mean, you can whip shot him, but he's got multiple blinks. You can recall out. If he's got a pulse bomb, you can get your rally canceled. And the rally is kind of the thing that you need to be able to really isolate and shut down the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean,
and when you're just getting ripped apart, your teammates are dying instantly, and you can't actually get heals across. You're not going to build up your rally, so then you can't get a shield bash. And it just becomes this just constantly exacerbated issue over and over again.
Mihawk's going to come in again. We saw this yesterday where they just kind of swapped them back and forth, and it wasn't really about, the heroes they're playing or composition. They just want to give them some more play time, and I think we're going to see that a little bit more throughout this tournament, especially in these games that are so one-sided. So just make sure everyone has that play time. So Mint out, Mihawk in. Yeah, I mean, in the old days, back in my day, we had the Shield Bash, it's the answer to Tracer, and then people eventually learned that as Tracer level of play continued to rise over the years, that it doesn't always work out that way, and you lose a lot playing Brigitte. But they weren't even like playing a Cassidy or a hit scan or some sort of other answer that needs protection they were going to then push through like we saw in our previous series. It just kind of felt like Alexander was out there. We're going to Blizzard World.
Blizzard World again. All right. Well,
I'm never going to get to see Hollywood. It's never going to happen.
I mean, typically when we were, when we get into like playoffs and whatnot during the league, we were seeing so many people just choosing to go to Kings Row because it always has just kind of been a nice balanced map that everybody's got experience on. Everybody has a pretty good set strategy, and it really comes down to execution. But now it seems like it's a little bit out of favor, at least here with the Japanese teams.
Yeah, Blizzard World is very unique in that there's several different points where your strategy changes quite drastically. Excuse me. Just had a little bit of Subway, and let's get some indigestion after that first map. No,
Subway, because we hate surge pricing.
Yeah, exactly. We don't like that. Ooh. Yeah, your playstyle is gonna have to evolve as this one goes on. Like it is on Blizzard World, especially after A. Like if you lose A quickly and you lose control of that archway, you're gonna have an ult deficiency that's gonna lead into B. And I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see if it's attack first for Varrel, but it might be. And if it is, that A defense is going to have to be good. They're going to need to be willing to give it up. A lot of teams in Japan so far haven't been willing to give A up when it's lost to then back off and take the archway.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and jump into it and see if Hayabusa can get it done, if they can hold a candle after that shellacking that they suffered at the hands of Varrel. So we'll go ahead and jump into map number 2, Blizzard World, to see if they're going to be able to tie this up, or Varrel is going to be taking themselves up to match point.
No surge pricing. This is just going to be a weird running gag for you and me that no one's going to understand in a few days.
Yeah, probably. As all of the as that news cycle dies down.
Oh boy. Well, let's see. Hayabusa is on attack first, actually. So let's see if Varrel, if they do lose control at any point, are smart enough to back off and give that archway the respect it deserves. KSG, Doomfist start here, so kind of counter dive, and also running the Ana. We saw them actually run this yesterday. I thought it was a tech into the Roadhog that we were seeing, but they actually just want to run it just in general, whereas,
oh my god. Well,
that's that.
Well, Mihawk finding one, Nico getting Fragrate. And for now, the gates of Blizzard World are closed.
Yeah,
the theme park is under construction, and the rides are all shut down.
Mihawk also known for playing DPS. Like sometimes he's subbed into that role. He's played it a lot in his career. His accuracy is good, but that was just a really good team effort. Great focus fire. Kyuki gets up there, and the push is staved off. This is the exact style of comp that we saw with the previous series where you're trying to protect the Cassidy. Did not work out then. Is working out less here. All right, slow pushing this and trying to poke and building up the flux is going to be the name of the game.
Unfortunately, there is that time limit, so we need to get things moving forward. Again, not trying to be brutal, just trying to be real. As Villia trying to find some form of opening here. HP bar is low, and a couple players here on the side of Varrel. Recall going to be used by Nico, but as the nade gets lobbed in, Mihawk able to come away with one, had the anti out onto Jin. Is she diving for it, able to find that. Villia will be able to get himself on the board with the kill, but it's quickly traded back. Legray does find another kill, so it's 2 members down, now 3 as Nico falls. And this is the biggest opening for Hayabusa Gaming, but Anti is out of the Bellevue.
Yeah, spawn advantage here means that maybe they should be able to push this in, at least get a tick. Sleep is going to buy so much time, though. That is huge, and QLoud pushing them back, and actually they are going to regain control. Kind of unbelievable, to be totally honest. The initial fight where they didn't get Villia made me worried when KSG went super low, and then they got the support, so just no sustain for Hayabusa. Big purple.
Alexander so very low, and Mihawk able to just snipe him. Nico goes in, dives forward, clears out that immortality field, and then just continues to collect. A Pulse Bomb online. It's about to be 4 ultimates here for the side of Varrel. As that Flux still a ways away, and even when Bellaboo has it, the Transcendence, it's there for Q-Loud. If it's a solo player catch on that Flux, you've got that nano boost from Mihawk.
They don't know. They don't know. It could be a disaster.
Oh,
okay, they know. Good check, Frigray.
And spots him out. So no isolating punch to be found here from the side of Varrel, but doorway still widely being held. Flagrant's trying to entry, but you can see he has to snap back with the recall very quickly there as the damage comes flying in. Pulse Bomb at the ready, lobbing it down at the feet of Villia right as he pops that Deadeye. Nico saying, I don't even need a stick, you're stuck in place. Bellaboo down low on health. Flagrant going to be taken out. Nico once again gets the better of him.
The coordination is just so much better on this squad than anything we've seen so far this tournament. I mean, just straight up, they know exactly what they want to do. Immortality field is forced. Drop the Pulse Bomb on top of the Deadeyeing Cassidy that you know is going to try to use that immortality field. It's burst down by Kyuki. No immortality field, no Cassidy, no team fight win. And now Villia doesn't have his ult and he doesn't have time to build it.
No, he does not. Mihawk finding the kill on the Fragray, just not given the time of day whatsoever. This drop down comes in, fairly neutral position as the Transcendence was rolling. But now Bellaboo on an island is going to be committing in for the Flux to try to find some kind of opening. Looking for the pick up there. Jin will be able to finish off Kyuki. Q-Loud in the meantime, keeping everybody else alive, rushing forward with that Transcendence rolling. A good little stun coming in. KSG getting tagged a little bit lower, but Q-Loud somehow actually got on top of Jin and puts him down with the melee hit. Now the Ant Matrix invested here from the side of Hayabusa as they desperately just try to get through the doorway here.
I mean,
KSG and Nico do get taken down, so once again, looking like their best opportunity to get themselves over onto the point, but it's only 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, they don't have any ticks yet either, so there's going to be a recontest here from KSG. Should be able to get back in here and stop this. Just respawn. Now Kyuki also has duplicate, so they need to be clean. Let's see how the dupe goes.
Oh, that mag grenade chasing him to the ends of the earth. So that is just going to be that dupe coming out to keep himself alive, using those iframes as best as humanly possible. Immortality field now going to be expired.
Nico?
Pulse Bomb goes in. Villia going to be taken down. KSG able to find Alexander, and Q-Loud gets Jin. Looks for a little bit more. Dive forward with the seismic slam. Unable to find the connection there onto Fragray, but now the recall is gone, and he's down low on HP. It's just he and Bellaboo trying to maintain control of this point. The ante will come through. The Wrecking Ball can do no more. And just before they could get themselves a second tick, Hayabusa Gaming will be held at bay.
Full hold coming through, not the fullest, but still, I mean, Varrel was such a coordinated, staggered defense there. Immortality field to come out with the steal of the duplicate on the Batiste. Then you have the Doomfist coming through. The Pulse Bomb is great. And, I mean, Nico, this play here, just insane. And then, I don't know which snipe this is going to be. I thought maybe we were going to see the first snipe of the game, but no. This is Kyuki stealing over the Cassidy. And, I mean, just overall, the coordination on some of these plays, especially this one, oh, the one I really want to see, where they burst down the immortality field, drop the Pulse Bomb in there. Varrel is just on another level. And even when it looks doomed, even it looks like, oh, Hayabusa 100% have this cap. No, they perfectly stagger that defense until they're all up and ready to take over. Nico with another big Pulse Bomb. I mean, both these DPSs have been playing so fantastic, but even Q-Loud on the side, putting off massive amounts of damage.
Like, Q-Hawk killed like 3 people just basically by himself.
Spin that chandelier. He said, okay, that's enough spinning.
Yes. None of that.
But they said it wasn't going to be a problem, that no one would ever use that against their teammates. That wasn't going to be a thing, Achilles. No one would ever use it for negative purposes.
Yeah, I think Blizzard did the same thing when they put Life Grip into World of Warcraft, and many people died, as it turns out.
Sad times.
If you have the opportunity to troll your teammates, more often than not, people are going to do it. Good opening volley as Villia getting whittled away at here. Q-Loud just trying to find that pick. Quick punch, going to miss. Not getting the hit there onto Fragray. I don't know why I keep wanting to put an L on it.
I don't know either, Achilles, but see if he can get into the back line here as Bellaboo once again going to stick with this Sigma pick. They're running the Cassidy on defense here. There's a lot of space for now.
Oh, seismic slam looking big. Gets himself onto that high ground. In the meantime, Nico dealing with Villia. Both supports just had their attention pulled over towards KSG, so makes for an easy kill to come in for the Tracer here of Varrel as they start working their way forward here on the point. Dive back in. I mean, good God, he just disappeared.
It's done.
Kill
It's done.
That's it. Okay, map's over.
It's over. I love how Varrel split the attention. They put KSG on the backline supports, and then they leave Nico to 1v1 the McCree, who's left alone with no healing. That's it, 2-0 here to start things off. Very, very fast. Very, very fast start to this series. 2-0, as mentioned. But yeah, they put KSG on the supports. They get into that backline, and then suddenly your Cassidy's left alone. Nico's going to take that 1v1. Arguably the best Tracer in the tournament. We'll see if anyone can challenge this guy, but...
he's certainly looking like it. I don't think it's a bold claim at all.
We haven't seen all the teams, but I'm just saying, I don't know if anything's going to get better than this.
Yeah, this is just utter dominance right now. And I'd say even more so than I was anticipating after having not been on the broadcast yesterday. But this is just Varrel with just a chokehold on this team right now.
Yeah, I mean, I did warn Achilles before today started about what happened yesterday, the Varreling that did occur to the Namekuji brothers, and then today it's going to happen again potentially.
It's looking like it, but there's a slight little reprieve here for Hayabusa. We are going to be going to a break before we get into map number 3 to see whether or not Varrel close things out cleanly or if they can rally back, so don't go anywhere. And we're back. That break was about just as long as the first two maps were. Varrel way out in front. 2-0 at the moment. Looking like they're going to be able to run away with this one unless Hayabusa can do something crazy. Because right now, it's not looking great.
So just, again, to contextualize this team, Varrel, for everyone, they've been together for a very long time. Same roster they've spent the last few tournaments they played in together. So they were runner-up for contenders as well, back-to-back. So, I mean, like, the team has played professional Overwatch together for a really long time at the highest level. And so, you know, some of these other teams coming through the open trying to challenge them, they're going to have a rough time.
It does seem that way, and it has been that way for these last two ones. But now it's going to be going over to push to see whether or not Hayabusa can make a stand there, try to pick up a map win, and then maybe push things forward. We'll have to just wait and see, though, as we get ready to take a look at the map veto. And we're going to be going over to Esperanza once more.
All right, Esperanza coming through. We'll see. We'll see if Hayabusa can get something done here. This is also a map type where normally it kind of goes back and forth because, you know, you have to rush back to contest, and sometimes it's hard to hold ult advantage, ult economy, and stuff like that. And, like, there's a lot of flank angles. Push, just in general, all map types on it. There's a lot of different flank angles you can get off, so maybe you see a stronger team actually struggle. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think we might have an early push, full push, rather, and Mint and Mihawk going to trade places once again.
Could very well be possible, but yeah, we'll just have that sum out. I mean, Mihawk came in, he played the Ana, first one of the day, and yeah, killed lots of people, got a lot of anti-nades out, and he says, my work here is done.
Yeah, he did the same thing yesterday on Blizzard World, and then left quietly, so maybe this is going to be the new trend for the squad, just playing him on Ana only. But Mint, also a very good player, and we'll see what he ends up playing here as we move into push.
Yeah, probably just going to be back over onto Lucio, but we'll take a look at it as we get ready to go into the action here. But Esperanza for our third and potentially final map. So much
KSG,
pressure, you got to imagine, on the Hayabusa players right now.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, if they lose this, they go 0-6 on the first week, and that is just not... It's not what you want. That's not what they're looking for. Also, you know, potentially here, more KSG Doomfist. I would love to see it. You know, you don't have to run Doomfist on this map, but I think you absolutely can. And with how well he's performing on it and how great they're splitting supports and DPSs from each other, I think it's a good idea.
Well, we'll see as Mint gets ready to come back in, if he's going to be able to have another very dominant performance there on that Lucio as we expect, or if he is going to be bringing out something a little bit different. But I believe the map is ready. So let's get ready to go into the action here. Esperanza to see if it's going to be Varrel picking up that 3-0 and giving Hayabusa bit of a brutal start here to the Overwatch Champions Series, or if they will be able to answer back and extend this so that you can cast another map of Flashpoint.
I'd love to cast another map of Flashpoint. I just don't see it happening right now with how this is going.
Alrighty, well, game is ready, so let's go ahead and jump into Esperanza to see what happens. Will the reign of terror continue, or will Varrel get shut down for the first time? Let's find out. Oh, hey, look at that. We're right into the action.
We're in it. And it is going to be KSG actually on Junker Queen to start things off. Pretty unusual on this map. It can be quite strong. Very good into the Sombra we've seen so far, as Fragre has just not been able to make a dent into him. It's not a normal thing. It's just a this series thing so far, as we did see Fragre struggle on control.
And Sombra wasn't able to find much purchase. I mean, by the time he got the EMP, the game was already over. And ooh, quick exit there from Alexander, getting himself out to safety. Not much push happening quite just yet here, though. Hayabusa at least able to keep the bot locked in position at the starting line, at least, as the dive in. Nico, one more bullet would have done it, but eventually he's able to find his mark. Villia will get taken down, Jin as well. Now Alexander dead off screen as the knife gets ripped out of him.
Yeah, that Tracer battle was really rough for Villia because he tried to survive without using recall for a really long time, so by the time he used his recall, he didn't get any health back and then had to operate around the health pack itself, and Nico was just very aware of his recall timing, his health, and just was able to chase him down and secure that kill. And that's going to be another staggered death as Varrel complete control right now. Ult advantages feel like they don't even matter in this game with just how out-mechanicked, out-handsed Hayabusa is getting.
Yeah, I mean, you see the ult charge right now of Nico out in front of Villia. Kyuki as well, that duplicate nearly online. He is going to be the recipient of a hack, but follow-up damage not really being found. Nico just backpedaling here, pulse bomb now at the ready, dashing forward, waiting for his moment. Does he decide to invest? It seems like the call is to save it here. Just seeing how low Bellevue was, not thinking that they needed there. As Duplicate going to be coming through. Kyuki staying elusive, staying safe, swapping over to the Tracer, looking to put another Pulse Bomb into the mix here, perhaps.
Might be able to get it. Looks like he's going to get a kill, but no Pulse. Drop it.
He's got it online. He's only got one blink, and he'll just throw it down on the floor.
Just toss it on the floor.
I don't even need this.
Make a statement. Just toss it towards them, as that's going to be the checkpoint here, going over to Varrel. And yeah, I mean, Kyuki just using the Duplicate for survival there to continue the push and add some additional DPS. Very dominant performance. And Fragre, he's building up an EMP. We will see an EMP from him this game no matter what. The question is how much value is it going to get, because their whole comp is now revolving around this Sombra pick that is not working out thus far.
It's been really rough. 28% left to go here. But with the checkpoint already locked in, odds are very much stacked against them here on the side of Hayabusa. This is like one of the spots where this could get a little bit rougher here for Varrel, trying to push around this opening corner. And that does require Hayabusa to have a strong defense.
Bellevue is just out of the fight. He got put so low, slowly healing up as Alexander's now dead as well, and this is just a disaster. Fragre almost with that EMP. He needs to save it.
I mean, almost with the EMP, but almost dead, and okay, a couple shots fired there. It's a QK a little bit low, but in the end, the melee hit will come down.
This next fight is the fight, Achilleos, for Hayabusa, as you just want to reset now if your Villia does do so. Pulse Bomb wasted, I believe, there.
QK has gotten almost 2 duplicates.
Yeah. All right, this is the fight. This is the one where you have to get the big EMP. Let's see if they can catch Mint.
Okay, well, Minefield coming down. Shout going to be used there from KSG, getting that extra healing, and it's just going to be the solo EMP. Does manage to find him. Mint dropping that sound barrier, unable to find the tank. Q-Loud going to be taken down as well as Villia, able to pick up a second kill, but QK wreaking havoc, finding 2. Nico finding another one. Pulse Bomb stuck onto Villia, takes him out, and Nico is on fire.
Do you ever just try to pulse the enemy Wrecking Ball to secure the kill and then accidentally kill the enemy Tracer and then kill the enemy Wrecking Ball anyways and then pick up a triple kill and win the game? I think Nico knows something about that.
I mean, you just saw Villia pushing up there to just try and contest the bot. His HP bar nearly disappearing. And now we have a Reinhardt here from Bellevue.
Yeah, he tried to use this last time around to try to delay.
Jin, I think, just Ajax. I think he just died while he was trying to beat. Now the dupe is out, and it's just going to be the Reinhardt coming back across. The charge in, QK shield raised, just bringing the bot back forward. Fire Strike goes through, looking for the follow-up one, unable to get it. So it seems like the Shatter probably not going to happen, but oh no.
That can't be happening.
Didn't see it coming. He had his back turned. He was looking at Nico. He ends up dying. Pulse Bomb here from Villia needs to just, it needs to go somewhere. He needs to go on to somebody and needs to find a kill.
Yeah, he needs to find somebody who's going to get a stick, but not the kill.
Oh, they're both so low, but the kill's not found.
So close.
Trying to keep them alive and in this fight. 5 minutes remaining. Bot now starting to get worked away from the finish line here, but Varrel just not letting it get very far. Keeping it locked forward. Bellevue still desperately trying to build up towards an ultimate here. That Shatter still so very far away. Villia tagged low, recall, pops, goes back up to full HP, but the dive in comes through. Multiple players just trying to hound down this Tracer. Hack in on the Nico, and he will get caught. Villia able to find one. That peels an immense amount of pressure here off the members of Hayabusa.
All right, that's not going to be the charge he was looking for, unfortunately. Coalescence.
It's too late though. Q-Loud able to confirm the kill there onto Bellevue. The shield just too low. Couldn't try to mitigate any more of that damage. Hack in onto QK, but now another sound barrier dropped in mid, finding the shielding on the 4 remaining players. Nico is well going to be looking to rejoin. KSG finding Alexander. QK now going for the duplicate. Goes for the Sombra as he looks to try to build up for his own EMP. In the meantime, Villia, Bellevue, I mean, everybody's just getting dropped here, and that is going to be the finisher. Blink and you miss it series, blink and you miss it map. Varrel will push to the end, and that will be them moving up with yet another victory.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's just obviously better coordination. Nico running the day, but we had some serious questions about Hayabusa yesterday with Fragre Sombra not finding any value in their series against Pandia. Today, obviously finding even less against a tougher opponent. And look, it's tough to switch your entire game plan going into a week of play from one night to the next, right? Because you have 24 hours to switch your entire game plan. You don't have that much time to scrim. So if you prepared super hard with this style of play going into this first week and you don't have time to change it, you might run it back again. They end up losing again. But maybe going to their next matches, maybe it's time to kind of switch up the play style and see if they can find something else to to run because it's just not working out, unfortunately. And I don't think it's a bad comp, but I don't know if their team is coordinated enough to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue, I think, is that you could feel the desperation in a lot of the swaps that we're seeing. It's not because, okay, this is the answer to this. It's like, okay, this hasn't been working out. I'm going to try this. And then, oh, okay, this is also just not working. Well, I don't think that there's much questioning or conversation around who our player of the match is.
It's got to be Nico.
So we'll just jump into it, I assume, because, yeah, our player of the match it's got to be Nico. And if it wasn't, then everybody else would be wrong. This guy was just absolutely astounding. Yeah, well, I'm done. That's it. Mic drop.
I mean, it's just going to be if we watch a highlight reel of this guy, it's just going to be him killing the supports. Like I said earlier, he's killing the DPSs. He's killing the tanks. He's killing them all. He just was never under any pressure, it felt like, this entire time. And he made Alexander's life miserable. It felt like it was almost personal. And he was winning out the Tracer 1v1s against Villia. And you don't always see Tracer 1v1s because sometimes the Tracers are actually looking for different targets on their opposing sides. But he ended up encountering Villia and beating him in 1v1s, forcing his recall out early to allow for Kyuki to make plays. I mean, that first round, he flooded deadlifted, and that almost only happens when your team is actually losing the map, but he was just getting every single final blow.
Look, if you're bored in
like probably a lot.
Maybe a couple times on Blizzard World when it looked like they were going to have the entry to get over to the point, and then they just kind of came back and swept them. Maybe that stacked them up a little bit more, but widely, that was a very dominant showing. But we're not done yet. Of course, we do have one more series coming your way. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the technical issues. Wendy's was trying to silence us, but we fought back, and now we are ready to continue on with the broadcast. It's time to go into our third and final matchup of the evening. I'm not going to let this joke drop. I'm just going to keep going with it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, hamburgers have always been around, and they can't stop us. Even if the Wendy's Twitter tries to own us somehow online, I didn't even tweet at them. Who are they even going to respond? They can't ratio me from this broadcast. They just can't find me. They can only ratio me if I tweet at them, or if there's a tweet they could come and find, which I don't have any tweets on my Twitter, so there's no way they could try to gank me there. We're totally safe.
Safe.
Yeah. We're so back, chat. So we're
Their
glad to be back.
corporate capitalist grip cannot touch us. But anyway, we are back. Speaking of getting ratioed, if you are just now tuning in, we saw Varrel basically in-game ratioing Hayabusa in our last series. It was a very quick 3-0. Now, we're going to see if we can round out the evening, much like we started it, with a bit of a closer match.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at, where we started today and what today's results were so far as we move into the third one.
Yeah, as mentioned, we'll take a look back at it.
Yeah, so 3-2, banger match, best match of the season so far in terms of how close it was. And then we had that stomp 3-0 from Varrel. Our final match of the evening is going to be SixBlow up against the Namekuji brothers.
The Namekuji, all 5 of them.
Yes, and
big family.
They were destroyed by Varrel yesterday, unfortunately 3-0, but I think that's going to be a lot of that. I think today we might get to judge them a little bit better on their skills, but SixBlow, arguably the second best team in our tournament, so could be a similar story here.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to prove it here as we get our first glimpse at them, but we'll take a look at the lineup here for SixBlow.
All right, so it's a little tough to say their DPS names. The Remi and or the EMEA is the extended one, and then Dukes, as he's being called here in Korea. So that's the DPS lineup. Pressure for tank is going to be our starter, and then Sarukame and Kiro01 for support. So Mina, Max, TQQ off the board today.
Yeah, we'll just be sat back watching the rest of the squad, at least for now. We've had a couple substitutes here today. We did get to see, Mihawk come in that last series, as well as some tank flexibility in our previous one. But, I mean, they come in looking like a strong team. So we'll have to see how the Namekuji brothers rally back and whether or not they're going to be able to take down this squad.
Yeah. Namekuji, CC2, and Bambi will be starting again. We saw this yesterday. Nozzle, he tried to run Roadhog. So for those who watched yesterday, it was not successful. Let's be honest. Roadhog, not very strong in this meta, we don't think. It was also Varrel, so they got pretty crushed. And Varrel is, again, so far our most successful team. So I don't want to judge him too harshly off that series, but I would like to see a wider tank pool from him today. A little bit more on the meta. The dive meta that's been, by every other team's notions here, the strongest meta picks.
Yeah, has been looking very clean, but, we've had those kind of outskirt ones coming through from time to time. We got the Malga earlier with the dive that was looking excellent. I mean, if it's, going to be coupled in with something like the Genji that we got earlier, then I think it could be very viable. But maybe somebody's going to try to do it without that Genji alongside of it. We'll have to just wait and see. But flexibility, unless you're going to be able to come out and really stomp everybody with just one pick, kind of like we were seeing from Nico in the last series, then flexibility always something very good when you're playing Overwatch. Hello, it's a game. You can change your character in the middle of the map. You need to be able to switch to things on the fly.
They even removed some of the penalty for doing so. I'd like to see a little bit more flexibility. I'd like to see different comps that work together. I'd like to not see Roadhog get purpled and then CC'd, and then he hooks somebody who then gets healed, and then he dies, which is what we saw yesterday. We're going to Lijiang,
okay.
So no more Samoya.
A little bit of a change up here. So we get our first Lijiang Tower of the season, at least for me. I'm not sure. I forget if you guys had Lijiang Tower.
We did once
okay.
yesterday.
So
yeah.
you had one, but I get my first Lijiang Tower of 2024, and that feels good because it's a good old classic, honest Overwatch map. So I'm excited to get into this one and see how the meta looks coming into this one. Do we still see Pharahs being attempted when we go over? Is that going to be a thing, or is it a bit more of what we have been seeing from these series here today?
I mean, if I'm not remembering wrong, I think Lijiang is actually where they started the Roadhog, where they actually tried to play it, and it did not work. So we could see him run it back.
All right, well, the game is ready to go, so let's go ahead and hop into the action. Lijiang Tower for our final series of the evening. Alrighty, here we are.
Eyes on Nozzle. Eyes on Nozzle. What's he locking? Is it another hog? Yesterday I saw somebody screenshot a pre-walkout, like, hover set of heroes, and they were like, wow, Japan is cooking, but then that didn't actually come to fruition. Everyone in the thread was like,
hovering
yeah,
it.
everyone in the thread was like, no, Roadhog is not viable. There's no way. They were just trolling in the lobby. But then they didn't watch the rest of the night where Namekuji brothers did, in fact, play it. They played it, by the way, with Lifeweaver. That actually did happen. They tried to push onto the point, use the Lifeweaver heals, get Tree of Life early, it builds really fast, and then keep Nozzle alive. They're not swapping the Lifeweaver. They're not swapping the Hog.
Looks like they're just going to be sticking with it. Second try, perhaps the charm. As
Hanzo
we go
too.
out the gate. Yeah, Hanzo to boot, and it's going to be a Junker Queen on the opposite side. That go up into the skies to match against Bambi here. With Dukes trying to hold things down here on the low ground. Already a bit of damage out on the Nozzle. He's already taken a breather. He's backpedaling. Still hovering around half HP. Trying to make their way over to the point. It's going to be unlocking now in 3 seconds. The first hook going to be going a little bit wide, taking a breather once more, trying to get around the corner rather, and he will get picked. Pressure in the end, able to find that opening kill.
That's the Roadhog experience. You go for hook, miss hook, slowly die, and give over massive ult charge to enemy team. First cap comes over. Some things never change, Achilles. So we did have that Roadhog Orisa meta, that everyone likes to forget about. G-Clef forgot about it yesterday, but I reminded him. But beyond that, it's never really been, at least since like 2016, meta.
Hey, Hog and Ball, also something that was there.
True.
Torture, as I believe Sideshow put it. And Nozzle again getting beaten and battered a little bit, gets the hook in, but just doesn't have the setup for it, so ends up getting taken down. It's going to be Dukes coming away with that kill, but trade out on the tanks as pressure will fall. Bambi able to find one, but still significantly more difficult for Namekuji to try to push their way up onto the point without having that front line.
Yeah, really tough to actually win this one out. Good pulse.
Pulse goes out, but it's not going to be able to find the kill. Life grip coming in from Basa, able to try to keep him alive, but Bambi eventually picked off his Dukes, able to find one there on the back end. Another hook going to be going wide, and for now it's going to be Namekuji brothers getting contained over at the bridge.
So there is a real strategy here. I mean, we're trolling about the Hog a little bit. We're saying it's really unviable, it's really rough, and it is, but with the Lifeweaver tree to come out, the Tree of Life can give you enough sustain to actually push onto the point. Let's see how they use it.
For now, pressure. Trying to stay alive. The Kitsune Rush going to be coming through, and it's actually going to be a dupe onto that Hog, but it's very quickly dealt with, so it doesn't get broken out of it, but Bambi at the same time going to be eliminated. CC2 able to find one as Dukes will get taken down, but Jisoo getting whittled away out, eventually found by Kiru.
Yeah, Nozzle going to have whole Hog here, but will it matter is the question.
Well, again, taking a breather. Whole Hog now online. Gets Life Grip back over to the opposite side, puts them low. He's looking to try to take down pressure. So very low is he on this Junker Queen, but still is sustained. Goes for a swipe there with the axe, help break Bambi out of that dupe. Now the dash forward, CC2 going to be anti, going to be bleeding out. And the kills continue to fly in as it looks like it's going to be SixBlow taking this opening round, barring some kind of big change-up. I mean, even with the OT bleeding down, no swap over onto something like the Ball or the Doomfist to join in faster.
Just resigned to the Hog defeat, and yeah, there wasn't a whole lot they could do once the first push didn't get on the point. I talked about this yesterday. If you get on the point, you build the Tree of Life, you drop it down, you have so much sustain that the Roadhog can actually do a lot, and you could do really funky stuff with Whole Hog and the pullback from the Lifeweaver. There's some really fun interactions you can have with that to try to knock people off the point and stuff like that, but yeah, the Commanding Shout, I believe it's called, does come out here, as well as that additional heal coming through from Kiru, and there's just no way to break that. They're going to stick with the comp. I think less good here, to be totally honest, than it was on the last one. Orisa coming out, though, for pressure, actually, and that's going to be kind of a soft counter to the Roadhog in a lot of ways. Should be able to stand up as a front line. Yep.
As long as you got that Fortify off cooldown, ready to go. But, I mean, pressure, he doesn't care if he ends up into the back lines. He's charging his way forward. There's a Life Grip. They're trying to take Jisoo out to safety, but pressure, I believe, actually connecting with the Javelin. Finding the kill. It's going to be Dukes picking up CC2 at the same time. Now just a Hound down here on the Nozzle. He will fall. And that's going to be the first point lockdown once again coming through for the side of SixBlow.
I mean, Lifeweaver can build his Tree of Life so quickly that if you wanted to use it to get maximum value.
Also swapped.
Yeah, finally a good swap here. Varrel actually coming out as well from Bambi. We did see this very briefly yesterday as well. I feel like if you want to use this to great efficiency, you should run a Mei, you should run a Reaper, you should run heroes that are actually going to get a ton of value out of that ult to hold the point. As sitting at 40% right now.
Okay, Rocket in with the punch. Does send the Mei down. Now pressure as well. Getting eliminated. This is just looking for the tracking here onto the Lucios. He's trying to wall ride his way out to safety, but eventually the seismic slam will come down. It looks like the Namekuji brothers are going to be able to get their first taste of point capture as they get the flip.
I think they just didn't expect the swaps. They were sitting up at the front. We're hoping for a Mei wall to, okay.
Oh, pulls into the back, finding nothing. And a good turn from Jisoo, finding the punish.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It's going to slow this down. So let's see what they could do on their next push, as I don't think they're going to commit much more heavily through here. But yeah, I think they wanted to wall the hog off. It was a swap, so got a little bit caught off guard. Bambi charging up his ult quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the rush down here on the nozzle. Move tech already being burned. The wall goes up to cut him off. Just can't get out of there. Javelin up on the top, just trying to threaten. Jisoo can't really poke out. He wants to try to whittle some damage in here, weave some damage in onto the players down on the low ground, but eventually has to back away. Transcendence nearly online for him, though. 6% away from that ultimate. Continuing rush going to be on the other side.
Okay, they're getting zoned out even further here now. Fortify out. Ult.
Oh boy, there's the ult pull in. Transcendence actually forced here from Jisoo. Mirage at the ready. Does he decide to use it? The answer is going to be yes, but Spear just spin that javelin and pressure absorbs so much of that damage. Another one connecting there as CC2 tries to pull his way back out onto that coast side, but eventually falls. See a nice little headshot connected there with the icicle. Another javelin, point blank range. Jisoo falls, and that is going to be SixBlow maintaining control here of the point.
Namekuji just so disjointed here.
Why are you pushing in?
Yeah.
Bambi, oh man, didn't get the memo.
Nope, he did not want to be in there. At least they're going to trade one kill back on the pressure, who stays out a little bit too long there. CC2 going to pick him up, but also commits Dragon Strike.
And Dragon Strike got a little bit of damage there on the retreating players, and with a nice punch, Nozzle able to set up the kill onto Sakumi, and now Kiru dead. So that is all the support's gone, but Blizzard's going to be committed into this one still. A bit of disconnect coming in. Zerumi just trying to turn the tide of this one. Dukes with a pulse bomb does manage to find Basa Basa. But widely, it's going to be Namekuji getting back over the point, gaining control, and nothing to maintain it.
Tree of Life down here. No support ultimates to win this next fight, because they're going to have a big problem dealing with Kiru's sustainability. Plus, EMEA over back onto the Echo now. High ground here for Namekuji's Hanzo. CC2, let's see what he can get done. Ooh, nice punch.
That punch in, hunting Sakumi, but not able to find the kill. Continuing rush still going to be rolling in. Now, destroying, seeing if they can buy time for the sound barrier to come up. In the meantime, Bambi getting jumped on. A couple rockets into the back, though, and Dukes dangerously low, has to try to back away. Pops that recall. In the meantime, Jisoo and Nozzle both going to be taken down. Now, once again, having sights trained on him. Big sticky bomb connection there as CC2, no HP, will eventually get picked off as he drops down to the low ground. Point back in control here of SixBlow. And given the deaths right now, given that the focus fires there onto Nozzle, looks like he will just about not be able to force out overtime.
Yep, that is not going to do it. No one's going to be able to touch, and that is going to be the map. Going over to SixBlow was a more interesting second round than the first one, to be sure.
Sure.
I think they really got caught off guard by the swaps coming through, and when you know it, they're not playing Hog. Better success rate. And the Mei was quite interesting, too. I feel like it didn't end up working out into Pharah. Like the hero swaps, I mean, we talked about it earlier. This is a game where you do want to show some flexibility. Really did throw them for a loop. They didn't have the best comp, but then we did see the swaps coming around. The Echo came back through. They did dominate again, but signs of life, at least, for Namekuji brothers.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a better performance than what we were seeing from them yesterday. And I'm right there with you. And I was going to say during the cast, oh, he swapped over the Doomfist. Look at that. They're getting kills. They're getting the capture point coming through for them. So it does seem like it's a trend in the right direction. Do they stick with it? That's a completely different question.
Yeah, I mean, Pharah being played without Mercy as well is a little bit puzzling, especially in some of those areas where you don't have enough high ground to really get much value out of it. Obviously, it's a little bit stronger on this patch because Pharah got some additional movement options and is going to do a little bit more damage just in general. You don't have to have a Mercy, but it's going to make your life a lot easier.
Yeah.
And again, they tried it yesterday too, and the Life Weaver, in theory, like it actually looks like it could work because of how quickly you build up that ultimate, but it just isn't working out in practice because it's only going to be useful for that brief period of time in that one team fight, and it's just not going to gain you much ground. And everything else you lose, all that utility, all that speed up, is you're just really going to miss it.
Yeah, I mean, that, and we just saw, especially at the beginning, you know, Boss and the rest of the team just getting picked off one after the other. So it wasn't really that much opportunity to try to build up for the tree. Finally got it online, but like you said, it only lasts so long. So, you know, a rough start here this year's for the Namekuji brothers, but now as we get ready for the map veto results to come in, we'll see where they're going to be taking us. Do you finally get Hollywood? Do we get Blizzard World 3 times in a row today?
Could happen.
Did we get Kings Row, perhaps? We'll have to just wait and see. But, yeah, they're going to be working through, you know, what they think the best possible option is for them. And if they want to really force Roadhog, I don't know that there's a great
I think
answer.
Hollywood's probably the best, for at least for A. Like, Hollywood A, I'm like, I could see it. Strong on defense, pretty good for attack if you get that pick. If you fail, you just swap it over. We are going to see TQQ in for Dukes here for SixBlow, so bit of a change up in the DPS lineup. Don't know what it means just yet, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it once we do get ready to go into the game here and see what he's going to be bringing to the table. And, you know, maybe with his addition, maybe they have a different composition, a completely different composition that they're going to try to run. But even if they want to stick with this Roadhog, well, A, you need to have the trap set up to be able to try to get, you know, as much burst damage as humanly possible. But I wouldn't mind it if they also were the ones running the main, because then at least you could try to go for that hook in, put the wall up behind, and just really isolate and assassinate
like,
somebody.
I also, like, if you want to play Life Weaver, you know, play May, play Reaper.
It's Hollywood.
Okay, it's Hollywood. It's happening. It's also picked by SixBlow, so not Namekuji brothers who do pick this. So they banned Midtown, then the SixBlow did, then Namekuji brothers banned Kings Row. They'll attack first, so you get one attack on the Roadhog for me, like on this one. You get one attack. You build the Tree of Life on the first push. If it's a longer fight, you win that one, you swap off, because you were never going to get value going towards B with Roadhog, in my opinion, but you do you, Namekuji brothers.
You might need to define the one attack, because what if everybody else is dying, but he's still alive? So, like, he's still on that same first attack.
One push.
Okay.
One push.
One collective push to try to get it done if they're going to be running the Roadhog. Well, we're about to find out if that is going to be the case as we get ready to jump into Hollywood for our second little map here.
Yeah, I think some momentum, any momentum would be great here for Namekuji brothers. 4 losses in a row. It would be rough to go 0-6 back-to-back 0-3s, but that might just be what we have on the cards tonight.
Oh. Sometimes you just got to go up against stiff competition right at the beginning of the tournament. But we'll see if they're going to be able to rally this one back and what they are going to be bringing to the table. I'm curious if they do have a bit of a more unique spin on this. Do either of these teams opt to bring out things like the Widowmaker? We got a taste of that back over on Circuit Royale in our first series of the day. But we're going to find out as the map is ready to go. So let's go ahead and hop into Game 2. See if SixBlow are going to continue to look as dominant as they did, or if we are going to see the Namekuji brothers rally back. Well,
Been a long time, Achilles, since I've seen those one-eyed aliens over here.
oh, I was going to say, well, it doesn't look much different
No.
because, well, Nozzle's hovering the hog for now, and Bambi on that Pharah, but certainly the Pharah doesn't make it through.
Pharah on Hollywood attack, merciless. That just ain't right, Achilles. I'm just not about that. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I don't think it's a strong pick here. Sojourn, by the way, on the defense. So that Pharah might not be in the sky for very long. Might scout that out and then swap early.
I mean, not only the Sojourn, but also just that Baptiste just burst fire from him.
True.
Can do
I mean, even
quite a
that
bit
could
of
be a
damage.
problem. Exactly.
But
One push, Nozzle. Your one push. One chance.
Well,
One
they're going
dream.
for it. So for now, it's just been some shots out into some shields. Looking for an opportunity and for an angle to try to go for a hook. Working his way down the stairs now. Trap going to be set up. Clear, going out. Hook going to be going wide. Just pulls back up. Takes a breather, keeps himself sustained. In the meantime, pressure. Able to find CC2. Now that Hanzo eliminated. Pharah under some fire. And yep, there's the headshot off the rail. TQQ. Well, we were wondering what he was going to be bringing to the table. And, well, it's a Sojourn.
All right, it's time to swap. That's it. That was your one push. All right, Bambi on the Echo. Nozzle. Nozzle. Surely it'll get swapped. Surely. Nozzle.
He's sticking with it.
I'm going to have a talk with Nozzle after this.
As Jisoo gets taken down. So, big disconnects here. The approach continues to be just absolutely brutal. I mean, good God, look at Nozzle's HP bar.
I mean, Pressure living up to his name here, just walking up into this choke point and tossing out left clicks, and he's about to have a flux.
Yep. He is pushing down on them.
Okay, they got high ground.
Lobbing out the trap. It's destroyed, takes a breather.
I mean, Pedal can allow you to get into places you're not supposed to be as Roadhog, that's for sure, but...
Pressure's just walking around the back, stuns up Basmasa, and that's right after the tree comes in. So, what do you want to do for dinner after this?
I mean, I already ate. As long as it's not Wendy's, though, I'll eat with you again.
True.
Oh man, CC2 is putting out the guy in the cast from the original cinematic. That's how Roadhog feels right now.
Okay.
He's crippled.
He got a hook in, but Mortality Field was there. Up on top of the pedal there. Boss getting tagged lower. Eventually killed off. Chest shot from TQQ. Enough to finish him. As Nozzle, once again, trying to stay alive.
All right, he's going to have a whole hog, Achilleos.
Yeah.
I want our observers to put him on camera when he whole hogs. I want to see...
I'm sure they will.
I want to see what it looks like. Okay, Bambi also has duplicate, so maybe he could get his own flux, you know, if he does it at the same timing and they go in together. They don't have any way to speed up or close the distance, but maybe. Missing a Lucio right now, really badly. I do miss it. Basa, please. All right, whole hog time. Pedals up.
Pedal up onto the high ground.
Oh.
Hook comes in. Pressure blown up. Help with the Discord orb there. Yeah, Jisoo very much finding value and assisting them to get that kill. Another trap going to be set up as the Transcendence rolls through. They'll work their way over onto the point. Starting to get this cap coming through. First tick nearly there. Whole hog still available. Now pulled. Looking for the target. They're backing away. Trap not, or hook not connecting rather. But a tick is gained. Bambi going low. CC2 as well, getting tagged up. Flux coming in up over the top, looking for the pickup, looking for the drop down. Slams him. Nozzle knocked out of the park. CC2 gone at the same time. Now the Cretan stun in on to Jisoo means that he is a dead man.
All right, forget Honey Fact, man. Nozzle's my new go. Did you see that hook onto Pressure? They got a tick, 43% Achilleos. Roadhog is clearly viable.
That was enough.
I saw him hit hook Pressure. I saw him get that pick. It clearly is working. Oh, another hook.
Okay, well, TQQ just headshots him. He goes down. Immortality Field taken out here on the side of SixBlow. Duplicate now coming in. Does go for Pressure. Going to look to try to build up, but it's still just getting worked so low at the moment, so hasn't been able to output any damage. So trying to build up this Flux, looking very unlikely. Tag in.
Okay,
Jisoo fading his way back over to the point, managing to tick up, getting them some more... getting some more gains rather here. On point A, heals coming down as Nozzle rejoining here with that Doom Fist. Ended up working out for them last time, but the Cretan accuracy looking very good here from Pressure. Will just be able to finish off Jisoo in that overtime. Will just be able to bleed down.
Oh boy. Well, you know what? Before we even break anything, I don't even want to break anything down about that. We did already.
Let's break it down.
There's no Lucio though, so I don't think they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're going to play Roadhog on defense. I'm just going to tell you, oh, this is cool and all, and yeah, he did a lot of damage, and, you know, he's definitely a front runner for my player of the match, to be honest, right now. Pressure after incredible performance here.
I thought you meant Nozzle.
No, but
okay.
this, yeah, that was to say, this is what I want to see, yeah. Hook him out of the Immortality Field. It's the counter to Batiste. No, Pressure outplayed him in every regard, unfortunately, except that one time. Man, absolutely crushed it on this Sigma. And with no opposition, it's pretty easy to do. All right, so let's see. Nozzle, Roadhog defense. And I was being somewhat serious when I said that I think the best chance they're going to have is Hollywood A. One pick, one push, right? So they gets one push on the attack. Guess what? With 52.3% as their only taken percentage, they get one chance on the defense, and then they don't get a second one. He can't actually break the rules. I said one chance on attack. He played it like 7 times, already. He just kept going back. This time the game will just kick him out after the first try. He only gets one chance, man.
Pretty much. Let's see if they're actually going to stick with this one on the side of SixBlow, though.
That would be cool. I love to see Ash, you know, the DPS debuff, you know, take that Hog's healing away with a dynamite.
I mean, you have that, but...
Backline access on the Life Weaver?
I mean, the Hog is just a great like ult battery for just about anybody, but especially if you're right-click shuriken toss is basically just the exact width of his character model. So you can just always connect all 3 of those shurikens and build up for a Dragon Blade very quickly.
All right, Nozzle trying his best. He's trying his best.
Trap is destroyed, and so is he. TQQ getting the headshot. And I'm going to put my in-ear back in as we get ready to round out the map, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Dynamite burns down Bambi. Nozzle now swapping over onto the Doomfist. And that's all she wrote. 39 seconds on the take as we close out map number 2.
Striking out on the Roadhog. It's hard to come to words to describe how I feel.
Here's a question. Does he deserve respect for sticking to his guns and running the Roadhog, or does he desperately need to stop because he's lost his mind?
I think he's lost his mind. But I mean this, like, what I want to say actually before we go to a quick break is that some players are one tricks. Some players have a confident pick they've prepared for a really long time to play, qualified to the tournament through, which he didn't play that much Roadhog in qualifiers actually. He's playing like Diva and other stuff, so he's clearly doesn't want to play the meta picks. But look, this is what they prepared. It's what they showed us yesterday. I don't want to harp on it too hard. It's not viable, but at least they prepared as best as they could. But next week, I'm going to be pretty mean about it, like more than we have been already, because going to have to see some adjustments. I don't know if it's going to happen on this third map.
This is the leniency period that you're granting to him. I understand
just a little bit. I'll allow it for a little bit longer.
Well, we are in fact going to go to a quick little break, and then when we come back, we'll see if he's going to play something different and if they can get a map pick, and also where we're going to be going for push. So don't go anywhere. back. It's time to go into what could very well be the final map of the evening. As right now, the bros, they've been struggling.
They've been struggling. It's not looking great.
We just have such little, not much to say.
I mean, I don't want to disrespect the players because the moment they qualified for this tournament, they're pro gamers, okay? They're playing in a professional tournament. And by the way, Pressure out, Max in. Pressure, player of the match, Stonks down, only playing 2/3 of the maps. Well, could be only 2/5. We'll see if the comeback happens. Max, he saw that Roadhog. He was like, hold up. Maybe Max about to come in and play some Roadhog.
Let me show him how this is done.
That's what I'm hoping for, to be honest.
That would be pretty crazy if we actually get the Roadhog 1v1.
Yeah, I don't want to be too mean to these players, but obviously the comp is not viable.
Sure.
It's not strong. And I think that there aren't too many like raw mechanical issues with these players. Like the hooks have been pretty on point, but it's just that when you hook somebody, they just get immortality fielded, and then the Roadhog can't stand up to the pressure anymore. Quite literally when pressure was in the game, but the follow-up damage is too real. We're going to new Queen Street. This is the brothers' pick, so we'll see what they've got planned for us here, but I have a feeling it's going to be Roadhog.
Roadhog and, Lifeweaver is probably what we're going to be seeing, but we will find out. I mean,
Bara seems less bad here. Slightly.
I mean,
there's space.
Compared to like Control Center on Lijiang, you do have more space, but you also don't have much to play around with. Yeah. So, I mean, if they want to do it, this would make a little bit more sense, but we'll have to just wait and see if they are going to continue to move onward with that pick, or if they're going to change things up. Nozzle did show us, the Doom a little bit.
Yeah, and it looked much better.
You can run the Doom here. Could just happen, but we'll find out as we do get ready to jump into this one and see if they can rally back, if they can make this a bit of a closer map.
I want to see Bambi play Echo. That's what I want. Just play Echo, play meta. I want to see what this team is capable of when they're playing what most other teams are, at least some variation of it. Play Tracer, Sombra, play Sojourn, play something meta. Show us what you got, because the Roadhog, you can't hide behind it forever.
This reminding me a little bit of the Houston Outlaws discussion back in Season 2 around GOATs and everything like that.
This is a different story, Achilles.
A little bit more inverted comparatively, but yeah, we'll see how they fare. I mean, as you were mentioning it, SixBlow coming into this looking like maybe the second best team in Japan, and right now they're looking to certainly prove that. But let's go ahead and jump into the action, maybe for the last time tonight, as we head over to New Queen Street and see if SixBlow can get that 3-0. We only have to wait 10 more seconds to find out the truth.
I feel like the leaf is the wrong color on this hockey player. Look at that. See the Toronto behind him right there?
Yep.
That's the right color. Why is it blue? What was the story behind that?
I'm not sure. But
maybe a Blue Jays reference on a hockey player? I don't know.
Could be. But what I am sure of is that Nozzle is going to be playing Roadhog, and Basa is going to be playing Lifeweaver.
And CC2 is going to be playing Hanzo.
Yep.
But Bambi on Echo. At least we got that. No Pharah from the outset. TQQ on the Soldier, which is maybe he's expecting the Pharah to come out. And Soldier is pretty good right now, just in general, with the buffs to projectiles. I mean, his hit scan damage is going to be much easier to hit. And it's going to be good into Echo, as you can see here.
Maybe he took a little bit of his name from Tvik. And this is a little bit of an homage, and now he's bringing out the Soldier 76. It seems like that storyline that I'm pulling out of my rear adds up.
Yeah!
As we start the statue dance here.
All right.
Nozzle just playing a ring around the rosy here, trying to get it on top of Max. And okay, Accretion stun out onto CC2. He's going to get taken down right off the rip. And now bot unlocked here so far in the hands of SixBlow. So going to be able to find Jisoo. Bambi going to be taken down as Max just continues to push forward, looking for a little bit more damage here, if not a kill on the Nozzle. And with the swing around the corner,
you can also see that
we'll find it.
Basa can, like when the hook misses and the engage fails, at least they can try to get the Roadhog out. I'm really trying to find the positives here. The synergy that we see between Lifeweaver and Roadhog. Pedal, again, might get him up to somewhere he's not supposed to be.
So what you need to do with this combo is you need to hit the Giga Hook, which is as soon as the hook connects, then you life grip the hog, and you just yoink the enemy player back like 80 yards.
The double hook. I like it. Let's see if they can. Well, let's see if they can pull it off.
Unfortunately, hasn't happened yet. But TQQ able to find one. Helix Rockets going out. CC2 again going to be sent right back over into the respawn room.
I mean, you watch players like Bambi here. I mean, he's built up a duplicate. I mean, he's done a decent amount of damage. He's just a little bit hindered by his team comp, right? I mean, it's not like he's a weak player in his own right. He's got the mechanics. It's just that there's not much to set him up. See what he decides to duplicate. I assume it's going to be that tank, the Sigma.
Should try to go for the Sigma, and yes, he will. Pops it now, but Nozzle's already been taken down, so he's going to be looking to replace him in the front lines. And Matrix thrown down. Attack Visor going to be expiring there. No further kills going to be found as Nozzle will be swapping over onto the Doomfist once again here.
Okay, that's good
join
to
back
see.
in with the rest of the team.
Bambi going to expire with his clone here and just try to kite back. Attack Visor zoning them out pretty well.
Okay.
But ultimately, TQQ down now.
It's a good amount of damage taken away from them, but just as much ripped away from the Namekuji brothers as Bambi does fall. Tree invested here from Basa, right on top of the bot, trying to keep everybody alive. Immortality Field in from Kiru. Just keeps everybody alive and in the fight for the time being. Kume dodging out on a lot of those shots, but as the Doomfist comes in from behind, Nozzle getting the better of him, comes up with an elimination. CC2, however, going to be taken very low. Nozzle as well, fist raised, trying to stay safe. The life grip comes in, as well as that Transcendence to try to keep them alive. Flux goes out in the meantime, looking for the drop down. Good amount of damage out onto Jisoo. Backline pressure coming in. See him getting tagged up a bit off screen. As Nozzle moves back up, trying to contest that high ground. Immortality Field forced out once more. As Kiru keeps everybody alive, but while the Namekuji brothers are holding their own for the time being, they're not able to move the bot.
They keep using the life grip to try to keep Nozzle alive as he dives in the backside. Builds up a decent amount of ult charge, but doesn't get damage as Bambi gets a kill.
Okay, next dead. Nozzle though, Discord Orb, even with the fist raised, even with that mitigation, ends up getting taken out. So we'll just be a trade up on these tanks, but obviously closer respawn as well as faster rejoin. Nozzle will be able to get back into the front lines faster.
Yeah, 84 meters stun here. Namekuji, Meteor Strike's not really an engaged tool, but I have to say this soldier pick is not really working out. His self-heal is not enough to actually protect him against the burst damage of this Hanzo Tracer. It keeps getting picked, and that gives Namekuji brothers a chance for another recontest here, trying to get this robot back to neutral, so maybe they can start their first push.
I'll take away those forward spawns here.
All right, they're on the board.
Push can begin here in a moment, but oh man.
Or maybe not.
So Kume was just, he'll just completely dome Bambi, taking him down, ensuring that that pulse bomb can't come into the fight. Meteor Strike. Nozzle off here on the flanks, charging up that punch. Everybody just pulling away from it.
That just felt like a desperation Meteor Strike. Like they really wanted to get something out of this, but they ended up losing out early. And okay, well, likely we're just gonna pop this.
Yeah, Tree comes down here in the alleyway. Max just backpedaling. Pulse bomb comes in. That's going to be good for the kill. So Max gets taken down. Maybe waiting for that kinetic grasp to be used. And Nozzle as well, getting a follow-up kill onto TQQ, getting rid of that Sojourn. So once again, Namekuji brothers in control of the bot. This time should be able to gain some distance, as this is going to be a nice dagger onto Kiru. Jisoo taking the kill.
Yep, Jisoo going to grab that one. CC2 picked again by Sakume. Going to, of course, go down, but will stagger the Hanzo away from the point. And now they're finally on the board. Achilles, they actually do get this to push, and they've got a Transcendence to defend it. Of course, it will be matched by Sakume once they join, and Sojourn can also burst through that damage. And, Jisoo might just kill somebody before things go off if he can hit a right-click here, but eyes on him to see when he wants to trans. I don't think he's going to open up with it.
Discord Orb. Shucked out. Drop down here on the low ground, wrap back around, pulse bomb in the back pocket. The Transcendence actually going to be forced out from Jisoo, because now they look to dive forward, but that's going to be a double pulse as Jisoo just kind of dives on top. They're able to find the double kill there. Nozzle taken down, so bot once again going to be back in control here of SixBlow. Going to push this straight back over and get those forward spawns once more.
Well, that's really unfortunate. I mean, like they have the pullback to save the tank, and they keep doing this, and they pop trans, and it's like, okay, we saved our front line. But there's more to it than that. Sakume has his own trance. The pulse bomb is massive. And this may be the beginning of the end. If they can't find a good flux here, Max does finish it. Or sorry, a good ult from Doomfist, that is to say.
Well, he's going to be taken down. Accretion into the headshot from that overclock. TQQ able to find the kill, looking for a little bit more there. Put some damage onto CC2, as well as on a Bambi. And it looks like they will be able to hound them down for the kill. Flux goes across. The Hanzo going to be eliminated. The bot now continuing to push forward as they look for the end of the map. Nozzle building up another Meteor Strike.
And he has a Meteor Strike.
Jisoo kills 2 people.
Yeah, Jisoo is kind of, he's fragging a little bit here, but Nozzle has to save that Meteor Strike, I think, to try to deny the final push. Like, he does not want to use it aggressively. I think defensively is definitely the way they want to go about this. Max going to swap actually over to Orisa as well. See if they can actually control this choke.
Oh, man.
I mean, these supports just keep killing people that they're not supposed to be able to kill.
I saw his HP bar going. Bambi just caught a full right click there from Sakome, so just absolutely devastating him there. It's Discord Orb once again out of the Nozzle. Now Basa going to be taken down.
I feel like there is a very small chance they could start to turn this map around with one good pulse bomb. Bambi, let's see if he can find it.
He's looking for a target, but okay, first one gone. Nice headshot from CC2. Flank pressure now taken away. Javelin not going to be connecting, so he's going to continue to push forward here. Orisa not exactly the target that you're going to want to go for, so still just trying to rotate around, trying to find one of these squishier targets like TQQ, like Sakome, and that's actually going to be CC2 who finds it. Storm arrows coming through. Zenyatta goes down.
Slow playing this, looking for opportunities, I think is the way to do it. There's still 2.5 minutes left here for them to actually catch up on this push, so want to be as ult efficient as possible here. Bambi picked, but he still got his pulse bomb when he respawns, and he'll be able to get back very quickly. As, you know, it's really, this map so far has just been about supports getting picks, it feels.
Pretty much. CC2 he wants to be added into the conversation, comes up with another one. Another punish there onto the enemy Tracer, but for now, SixBlow just pretty much more than happy to continue this juggle back and forth when it comes down to the bot. But now with the chase forward coming in here from Namekuji brothers, they come up with 2 very nice kills. Basa under a little bit of duress off screen.
Okay.
Does get worked low, but he is going to stay alive. And for the first time, I mean, Namekuji very much in control here.
Yeah, very much in control, looking clean. All it took was building a meta comp. Who would have thought? The CC2 does have his Dragon Strike. Definitely going to be holding on to that. We'll spawn out the approach angle here. Getting around this corner can be quite a challenge, especially with the enemies Zenyatta ult at the ready. Dragon Strike may have to be used. Coalescence first.
Coalescence does go out. Jisoo just trying to keep everybody alive. Maybe soften up some of these players on the side of SixBlow, but Transcendence comes out in response. Now Amp Matrix in, forces the beat from Basa. So far, everybody alive, but it's going to be Max taken down first and foremost as Bambi finds the kill. Push into the corner. Remy now eliminated as well. CC2 moving up onto a more aggressive high ground position, gets a headshot there onto TQQ, and suddenly in with a pinch. That's going to be the push now continuing.
Yeah,
and Namekuji, they have a chance to maybe take the lead here.
I feel like they definitely could have been pushing a little bit harder and a little bit better with that team fight win. They were a little bit slow to get back to the robot.
Sakame.
On a flank.
But it's a flanking Zenyatta.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about a lot of things in this match right now.
Javelin to force him out of the high ground, but with 48 seconds remaining, Namekuji, if they could get the lead right here, that'd be them in a very good spot with the pulse bomb coming through. CC2 going to be taken down. Ult is ready. TQQ sniping Basa. Nozzle going to fall. Another coming through. 3 off the overdrive.
TQQ, it's a disaster for Namekuji brothers. That was their last real chance. 30 seconds left to go, and now they've lost all control of the bot. Max having ultimate, not even that relevant here, to be honest. It's just the time they don't have. They have to win every single fight.
Boy.
And TQQ is popping.
That he is. Jisoo nearly eliminated right on the respawn after the team kill. As Nozzle looking to try to contest the high ground here, has to drop back immediately. CC2, however, another opening kill. Gets the enemy Tracer, grabs a mini health pack, starts sending some more arrows over towards these high ground members here from SixBlow. Gets the shot across onto TQQ, nearly finishing him off. Sending out the Sonic Arrow, getting the spot here onto a couple of players. The wraparound coming through. Jisoo going to be taking down the Immortality Field there from Kiro to prevent that Pulse Bomb from finding a kill, but Bambi still gets one on the follow-up. The bot, once again, is pushing forward here from Namekuji. Max rejoining, finding one. Kiro desperately trying to stay alive, eventually is felled. Bambi coming up with a kill. The push back, the Javelin, they knock him away. The overtime, they barely touch back through, but now Nozzle is going to fall. Bot getting further and further away from them with every single minor push that they do, and with that final Javelin, that will do it. A much more solid effort here from the side of Namekuji brothers, you know, making this look like a much more competitive map. But unfortunately, it's a little bit too late.
Are you going to change your vote from Pressure? I think I'm going to keep it. I actually think he still was the most impactful player. And we did have a lot of subs, so, you know, he wasn't the only one in or out. Could go for EMEA. But
for me, it would be, if I was going to flip, I think I would actually go for TQQ. I think he had solid amount of impact on both the maps played. The Sojourn was looking very clean, especially on Hollywood. Those last couple shots that we got from him were very, very good. So that would be my flip, but I think we're fine to keep it on pressure.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it on pressure. Well, I was just curious your thoughts on that. We saw, I mean, I got kind of my wish in that we did see a meta comp from them overall. Like, it wasn't, the meta style of how to play it, and it was a little bit jagged around the edges, and they were certainly relying on a lot of picks. As there were a few moments in that one where I was like, well, I guess they could win it if we just keep seeing some big mistakes. And there were a lot of laissez-faire decision-making. There was a lot of that from SixBlow where they went super deep and pushed super hard when they had advantages, but they then got disconnected, and then they didn't respect Bambi. Bambi actually had a really good final game.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's not enough, like you said.
I mean, he and CC too. I mean, there were some really good Hanzo picks in there. It's just the follow-up off the back of them, not always there. He was the one who kind of really started that big initial push that they did have when they made it just a couple meters away from taking that lead. Had they been able to get across that line, all they need to do is just juggle that bot back and forth. Next thing you know, we're going into a fourth map. So, I mean, narrow margins there on push, but unfortunately here for the side of the Namekuji brothers, they can't quite get it, and that first map win is going to elude them still.
Yeah, I think that they prove that maybe they can contend with some of our lesser top teams, right? I want to say weaker because we don't really have the standings fully shaken up. I think we'll know a lot more after this first week of play, but definitely looking like a team that had a rough strength of schedule, didn't want to go with the meta picks, and proved that when they do push back towards regular style meta Overwatch, maybe they could actually contend with, again, some of our teams that aren't as dominant, because they played against the two best teams in our league, at least in theory, right off the bat.
Well, we'll see how they fare moving forward in those future weeks, but for now, let's go ahead and figure out who our player of the match is from this series, because we can always get outvoted. Maybe it won't be pressure, maybe it'll be somebody else. So we'll find out here in just a sec as we get ready to fly that on your screens, because I think you do have a decent argument for a couple different players here.
Pressure or really any of the DPSs. EMEA, it's really hard to say his name. It's like EMEA.
Yeah,
EMEA.
We're
figuring that out. We're figuring that one out. But he played the entire time. He played very well. He was very consistent. So there's an argument for him. It also could be like there's a tie. We'll find out in a minute if that's actually the case, and we need to like revote. But I think for me, pressure, crushing the first map, crushing Hollywood especially. Really just, he said no to Roadhog, as we all should. And after he said no to Roadhog so hard in game 2, even Namekuji brothers said no to Roadhog. They were like, all right, fine. It's not
They eventually moved off of it, but
that's why he's the MVP.
Well, we're still yet to be determined.
Yet to be determined.
But we should have the graphic up here shortly.
Player of the match, a.k.a. pot him. We're ready to pot him.
Yep. The POTM. Ready to fly.
POTM is hard to say. Player of the match is hard to say. Pressure, easy to say. Player of the match.
Yep. It's constantly exuding it in the two maps that we saw him play. And then even with, Max subbing in, he's just like, yeah, I'll just keep playing the Sigma 2, I guess. Like, I'm just coming in here for some playtime, mostly. And also was putting up some nice performances. But, from the outset, he's coming out the gate with the Jungle Queen. He's nailing some very nice knives.
Yeah, really good performance here on Lijiang. And then, obviously he wasn't dealing with a tank in, like, the neutral fight because he was dealing with a Roadhog overall, but clean plays on the Orisa, too.
Yep.
And then Max came out and showed that he actually has a pretty wide pool as well, but only played the one map, so tougher to judge. The Orisa was actually so clean, and then, yeah, this was the map where it was very clear there was a tank diff. You did see it.
Yeah, tank, comp, little bit of everything across the board there, but maybe, just signs of trending in the right direction for Namekuji. More of that is what we want to see.
Please. So here are our results. We did see Pandia take out Revati 3-2. Very close match there. And then Varrel, they Varreled again 3-0. And unfortunately for the Namekuji brothers, despite signs of life in that third and final map, they're 0-6 on the first 2 days here of OWCS Japan.
Well, always time to try and rally back, but certainly not the beginning that any of these teams would be looking for, the ones that are suffering these losses, rather. But, for Varrel and SixBlow looking quite strong, and who knows, maybe Pandia as well going to be looking to challenge them to overtake the upper echelons. We'll take a look at the standings and see how everything is after the first 2 days.
Now, we will take a look at those standings now, and you could see that we obviously have a few teams at the top. SixBlow only playing one game so far, but if they go 3-0 as well, they'll be right up there with Varrel. I think fighting for third place right now in this tournament is a really exciting question because we do have those two teams that are so extremely dominant, and Pandia making a good argument for it, winning against Revati. We haven't seen Insomnia just yet, nor have we seen RSA, so those are the two teams we are looking forward to seeing moving into day 3.
Yeah, which of course day 3 going to be coming up tomorrow, so the action not going to be ceasing, and that could make for a very interesting day here.
Yeah. And actually, neither of them are playing on day 3 either, so we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see where they come out. I actually thought they were playing tomorrow, but in fact, it's Hayabusa versus Revati. Revati looking definitely to be the favorite in that one, and then Pandia versus Varrel. Actually, pretty legit matchup.
Yep.
Pandia definitely the team that's closest to standing up to our top 2. And then maybe Namekuji against Nyam Gaming. Maybe they'll have a shot. Maybe they'll play a closer one. The first quote-unquote easy opponent, even though it's not an easy opponent of the tournament.
I mean, that second series, of course, is going to be the one that's catching most people's eyes for sure. I mean, Pandia, if they could have a hotter start compared to what we saw, because that control did not go their way. They were getting blown out of the water aside from, a little bit of that second round on Samoa. So if they can have a hotter start, maybe they can challenge Varrel, who just right now are looking incredible. But I'm very much looking forward to diving into that one. So it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a nice little opening week of Overwatch.
Yeah, very excited. Of course, for those who do not know, we will have, of course, Pacific after that, and then on Friday and into the weekend, Korea as well. So that Runaway Falcons match on Friday is awaiting us. That's the one I'm most hyped about. So follow, of course, the Twitch channel, YouTube, so you know when we're live. We'll be back here tomorrow. Other regions will be starting up soon. It's going to be a hype year if you're an Overwatch fan.
Yeah, we have so much Overwatch action. I mean, pretty much every single day of the week, we have coverage of a different region, so it's been great. It will be great, and it has been great to be back alongside you, back on the broadcast in front of all of you lovely people. I'll be back tomorrow, I believe, with 9K in his debut, so that'll be a fun time as well. But thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Sorry for the little kerfuffle we had earlier, but we'll be sure to catch you tomorrow.